30 seconds.
This year, I got the lottery.
Well, you have till,
Because you have to maintain.
I mean, if you want to bow hunt.
We're going to get started in about 30 seconds
It's really
here.
going to fall apart.
Is there ready in the booth?
Yes.
Okay,
That or he's stuck in there and trying to get out.
either way. Lock him in. Stay quiet for 25 seconds. Okay, we're going to get started. We'll call to order the Grand Traverse County Board of Commissioners meeting for Wednesday, November 15th, 2017. We will rise for the pledge, and Commissioner Wheelock will lead us today.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please, Bonnie.
Wheelock,
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor,
Here.
Lathrop,
Yes.
Johnson,
Here.
Gorfulet, here, Klaus,
Here.
Crawford.
Here. We have approval of the minutes. We have the minutes from November 1st, 2017, the study session,
So moved.
and the minutes of November 1st, 2017, the regular session.
So moved both. Support.
both.
Moved by Commissioner Johnson, supported by Commissioner Klaus. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, those are approved. Now's our chance for first public comment. Bonnie, will you read the rules, please?
Any person shall be permitted to address a meeting of the Board of Commissioners which is required to be open to the public under the provision of the Michigan Open Meetings Act. Public comment shall be carried out in accordance with the following board rules and procedures. Any person wishing to address the board shall state his or her name and address. No person shall be allowed to speak more than once on the same matter, excluding time needed to answer commissioners' questions, if any. The chairperson shall control the amount of time each person shall be allowed to speak, which shall not exceed 3 minutes. The chairperson may, at his or her discretion, extend the amount of time any person is allowed to speak. Public comment will be solicited during the 2 public comment periods noted in Rule 5.4, Order of Business. However, public comment will generally be received at any time during the meeting regarding a specific topic currently under discussion by the board. Members of the public wishing to comment should raise their hand or pass a note to the clerk in order to be recognized, and shall not address the board until called upon by the chairperson.
Okay, so do we have anybody for first public comment? Mr. Gilman.
Jason Gilman, 933 Avenue D, here for the Road Commission. You do have the report in your packet on the consent calendar. The only thing we're going to be adding is the item that you also have added with the Envision 8th Street. We will have that discussion as well in our next meeting here in a few days. So I just wanted to let you know we will be taking that up as well.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir?
Laverne Broughton, 611 Hastings Street. I'm a member of the Veterans Affairs Board. I have 2 names I'd like to give to you. We need some more on the board, and there's no problem getting veterans to serve on that board. And there's no reason to extend a 3-year term on that board, I feel. Mr. Del Coring, who organized around 8 busloads of veterans to go to Washington, D.C., has been sitting in 2 of our meetings, and I'm asking this commission to be an excellent member on our board because he does support our veterans highly. And I would hope that this board would elect him. And also, I have another gentleman who would like to be on the board by the name of Jeff, if I pronounce his name right, Popovich. I seen his 214 form, so I know he's a veteran. I play cards with him every Friday night at the center. And so if you need more than 5 on that board, if you let me know, I'd be glad to attend some of the other veterans organizations and get you members for the board.
Okay.
Madam Chair, could I?
Yes, you have a question?
If they haven't, have them go to the county website and apply. There's an application for the board. We will be meeting soon. We haven't set another date.
First week of December.
This meeting to go over all the applicants and that. So just have them, if they haven't already applied, then to the county website.
I've told both of them that they should go see the commanders and get letters supporting them for that board.
All right, thank you.
But I would hope you'd take another look at that, how long they be on that board, because I think 3-year terms on that board should be enough on that board, because there's plenty of veterans and plenty of wars that I think would want to serve on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, also, before I sit down, I've been getting books from our representative, Wayne Smith, the veterans benefit books. Also, I got a new book that I turned in the Grand Traverse Pavilion for a lot of the veterans up there today for services for seniors, laws and programs for senior adults. So I turned in books up there, and they're going to spread them out, because usually there's 28, 38 veterans go through there a month, as well as 50% of the women up there are deceased veterans' wives. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Erickson.
Commissioners, I'm Chris Erickson, Director of Grand Traverse County Parks and Recreation. I just wanted to let all of you know, and the public know as well, that tomorrow at 4:30 at the Senior Center, 801 East Front Street, we're having another community input session about county parks. As part of our master plan, we're required to gather information from the community and find out what their suggestions and ideas are for our parks. So come and be heard. We want to hear your opinion and get your input. Also tomorrow, following that, the focus group, we will have a special meeting of the Parks and Recreation Commission, which was just noticed out yesterday. That will follow at the Senior Center at 6 p.m. And it's regarding an easement for the Civic Center property.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Rick Buckholder, 932 Kelly Street. I'm a Traverse City resident. I'm here tonight to speak early because I'm not going to stay for your meeting, but I read Commissioner Mayer's comments in the paper today about the brownfield money for the project on 8th Street, and I want to make a few points. One, I went to the City Commission meeting and watched the presentation by the presenters, and follow the trail of money. You really should have calculators, because I can't figure out why in the hell you would take as much money as you're going to take and build 2 private parking decks for developer, supposedly the benefit being you're going to have workforce or affordable or something housing, when Judge Rogers pointed out, why in the world would you put the poorest people in town on the richest properties? It doesn't make any sense. The benefit supposedly is they're going to put a canoe or a kayak launch on the property for the benefit of the public. That is supposed to be the trade-off for all the money you're going to give him. Baloney. Baloney. And Commissioner Mayer, you brought up the fact that there shouldn't be an attachment of the brownfield money to his project and city project on redoing 8th Street. You're absolutely right if you read the Brownfield Act. I'd like to point out, which I did a few months ago, when they redid Park Street and they put the 12-inch water main on Washington Street, those violated the Brownfield Act because they have to be contiguous and there has to be a direct, I repeat the word, direct benefit to the property in order to justify putting the money on it. And that did not exist, and I see the same thing here. I'd also like to look at the tendency of what's going on with brownfield money over the last 2 years. Look at the Purple Doctor's office down by Railroad Street. Supposedly a smart doctor, lady, bought a piece of property and, oh my God, it's contaminated, help me, help me, help me. Who doesn't have their property inspected anymore? What banks don't require it? But you gave her the money anyway. Right after that, Hempel's Gun Shop. That was bought up and the house next to it to put in another property. Bang, right out of the gate. They want brownfield money to clean up asbestos and lead paint or whatever it was. You said no, good for you, it was a previous commission. They had no problem with it, they just tried. So ask some questions. And the elephant in the room is don't forget the Park Place, as a part of all this, wants to build a parking deck and 2 buildings and have a boatload, I think the figure was $30 million of brownfield money to help the poor deers out. So all I'm asking you is to get out a pen and pencil, get out your calculators, and if you don't see figures that you understand, which I think is going to be the case, just say no until you do see something where you understand it and also you like it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
My name is Bill Palladino. I live at 206 Midtown Drive, right around the corner. Also happen to be the co-chair of the Midtown Condo Association. So I'm here to represent myself tonight, just to urge you to support the brownfield on 8th Street. I've been living in or around 8th Street for 17 years now, and believe it's time for this end of the community to have a core foundational development that does a couple of things, really takes in mind the community it's living in, and also takes in mind the environment, meaning the Boardman River right next door. I've worked personally with several of the people involved in the project, and I can tell you that they have both their strategic minds and their hearts in the right place here, and I would go to bat for them at any time. I believe this project is good, and it's right for both the city and the county right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
Hi, I'm Deborah Greats. I live at 644 Webster, which is sharing the alley with 8th Street, and I own 2 businesses on 8th Street. I'm the doctor who apparently said help, help, help. And I have a blue building on the corner of 8th Street. It was really remarkable for me to experience the brownfield process. I actually believe at this point I'm a few years out, and I don't think that I've gotten to black on my investment yet. I can run the numbers again, but presumably, if somebody wanted to buy my building, what it still costs to build above and beyond what the investment is worth was really remarkable. It is not easy to buy property here and make a go of it. So it was wonderful to come up with that last piece that allowed the bank to say I wasn't too risky at all to do this. I hope that I have provided some benefit to the community. I feel I've provided benefit as a physician. We're pulling in more people from the community. We're getting a lot of good walking and those things, and we're seeing our patients. But I also think I've made a pretty big visual impact on that corner. I really think that this brownfield opportunity is a bookend, and I'm sorry for Brick Wheels and those great businesses that aren't within that bookend. But I'm hopeful for what this can do. I'm also hopeful that we can see that money in infrastructure. There's been a real change of heart and acceptance in our business owners group. We just got Safe Harbor in. We're asking to be a series of blocks that's supported in infrastructure and visualization, not a place where things are put. I understand that I have the thrown away coffee cups from the drug testing center a block from me. I get that I have the alcohol treatment centers. I get that I have the homeless shelter. I'm asking that we don't turn our back on the infrastructure and we say this is not an area we put things we don't want to look at, but instead an area where we service our community, where we see businesses alongside each other and work together in the way that infrastructure brings that support for other investors to come. Thank you. I feel very disrespectful about leaving. I only had childcare for this portion, so I'm so sorry not to stay.
Don't worry at all. Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Honorable Commissioners. Jay Zelenak, 160 East State, Traverse City. I know that brownfield expenditures are controversial. We've heard people speak on both sides. I'd point to the need to look at the difference between the traditional purpose of brownfield for funding environmental cleanup, contaminated soils and that type of thing, as distinguished from more generalized funding of public works projects and the like. And I know that Grand Traverse County Circuit Court Judge Philip Rogers in the city's litigation involving Pine Street talked about that distinction. And then recently at the end of October this year in that litigation, the Michigan Court of Appeals quoted with approval much of Judge Rogers' opinion, including the need for a cogent analysis of brownfield and TIF funds, and particularly brownfield. There was some discussion of brownfield funds being used for environmental cleanup versus becoming glorified TIF programs to be used for development, pet projects and the like. And I think that bears some attention. I will make sure to get a PDF of that Court of Appeals opinion to you all commissioners for your review. It's 10 or 12 pages, single space, so it's a little bit of a dense read, but I think that distinction is very important. We're now, whatever case can be made for public works programs during the Great Recession of the 1930s or the Great Recession of 7 or 8 years ago, I think that we are in a very different phase of the business cycle at this point, where unending government intervention in the market is not justified in the manner that it may have been for public works types of projects to provide employment and to provide stimulus and that type of thing. You might make that case in 2010 or 2011. I think now every additional increment of public expenditure is further stoking a bubble type of environment. But even if you didn't agree with me on that, it's no longer necessary in this red-hot climate to pour on additional gasoline in the form of fiscal and monetary stimulus. So I think as you analyze brownfield, you should be looking at this distinction between, okay, what is the core traditional purpose of brownfield? Cleaning up contaminated soils, heavy metals, this type of thing, making sure water is pure and safe. Versus, well, what's an add-on for kayak projects and other things that are nice, but you would normally think the private market rather than the taxpayer should be funding. And I think when I see in the Record Eagle that, and the ticker, large portions of the project being funded by the government, that's a real concern at this point. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes?
I'm Megan Olds. I live at 235 East 9th Street, and I'd like to speak in support of the Brownfield plan. What I like about the plan, I've lived in Old Town neighborhood for about 10 years. What I really like is the support for workforce housing. It's a clearly identified need in our community. A lot of conversation about how do we do that. This provides us a tool for that. I also like the design regarding stormwater management. Water quality is something that I think a lot of people care about, and this project definitely supports protection of the Boardman. I also think that the investments in street and sewer and water improvements are just a really great investment in an important east-west corridor in our community. It's an important corridor not just for the city, but for the county as well. And I also think that the plan that's in front of you fits with the eligible uses for brownfield funds. And, different folks in the community might have different opinions about how money could be used, but I think it's important that we look back to what's really eligible for the funding, and this project seems to fit the bill. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
Good evening. My name is Steve Nance, 609 Webster, and I'm the general manager at Oriana Community Co-op, 260 East 10th Street. Just wanted to speak very quickly. Everybody's been very eloquent, so I won't parrot what they've said, but I also would like to support the Envision 8th Street project. I think that I've seen since the 70s the 8th Street corridor degrade. It's time to reverse that and get it back to a usable street that both for businesses and the residents of Traverse City. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? There will be other chances later on. No. Okay, we're going to move on to the approval of the agenda. I do have one thing to add. We have to appoint some ad hoc committees to do some interviews for some of our boards. Here at the end of the year, we have people whose time is up, and we all need to do some interviews, so I would like to add that as, we can add it as, I guess, new business. The ad hocs. Anybody else have anything to add, remove? No? Do I have a motion?
I motion to approve the agenda as it is, adding the ad hoc committees to new business.
Support.
Moved by Commissioner Mayer, supported by Commissioner Johnson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we have an agenda. On to the consent calendar. Bonnie, please.
The purpose of the consent calendar is to expedite business by grouping non-controversial items together to be dealt with by one commission motion without discussion. Any member of the commission, staff, or the public may ask that any item on the consent calendar be removed and placed elsewhere on the agenda for full discussion. Such requests will be automatically respected. If any item is not removed from the consent calendar, the action noted, receive and file or approval, is approved by a single commission action adopting the consent calendar. A, receive and file. Number 1, Grand Traverse County Road Commission Monthly Report. Number 2, Grand Traverse Conservation District October 2017 Report. Number 3, Northwest Michigan Community Action Agency Minutes of September 21st. B, approvals. Number 1, Clean Sweep Grant Renewal Administration. Number 2, Custodial Services Contract Facilities. Number 3, DEQ Grant Non-Community Water Supply Renewal Health Department. Number 4, Tobacco Dependence Treatment Grant, Health Department. Number 5, application for 2% grants from Grand Traverse Band, fall submission.
Does anyone of the board have anything to remove from the consent calendar to be discussed elsewhere? Yes, Cheryl?
I'd like to remove B2, please.
Okay. And Sunny, B5?
B5.
Absolutely. Every time. Anybody else? Does anybody from administration or the public have anything to remove to be discussed?
There's a correction on B5.
Okay.
Of an amount of one of the grants is $35,000 rather than $50,000.
Okay.
For Parks and Recs.
For Parks and Rec, it's 35 instead of 50?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll talk about that when we get to it. Okay, do we have a motion?
Madam Chairman, I would move to approve the consent calendar with the exception of items B2 and B5.
I'll second that.
Moved by Commissioner Wheelock, supported by Commissioner Mayer. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Moving on to special orders of business. We have a presentation concerning opioid litigation. We have a lot of people getting up to do this. Welcome. Yep.
Good evening, Commissioners. Andrew Shotwell, Smith & Johnson, Traverse City. I'm here with Mark Bernstein of the Sam Bernstein Law Firm and Paul Pennock of Whites and Luxembourg from New York. We're here to answer questions from you tonight, give you a little presentation about the opioid litigation that is ramping up nationwide. As municipalities in this county is aware, the opioid manufacturers and responding to that epidemic has taxed counties across the country. The approach we're taking is a three-pronged approach. We've got the national law firm with Mr. Pennock, got the regional counsel with Mr. Bernstein, and then Smith & Johnson with your local counsel. We've been in the community for years. We're here to answer your questions on a more regular basis if you have those. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Bernstein.
Mr. Bernstein, distinguished. Thank you for having us, Commissioners. This is a litigation that has deep personal implications for virtually every community that we speak with. It has societal implications, and it clearly has enormous financial implications. It's not identical, but it is similar to the tobacco litigation that played out 20 years ago, roughly, that resulted in Michigan, the state of Michigan, recovering roughly $3 billion. None of that, of course, landed at the municipal level. It all stayed at the state, but is an example of a state actor holding entities responsible for the costs that they caused to this state. In that case, it was the impact to Medicaid. In this case, there's a list of damages that Paul is going to go through in greater detail. Just a note about the team that we're working together with. We've worked with Smith Johnson for 20 years or so. I've worked with Paul's firm for probably 15 years. It's a team that is perfectly suited to advance this issue for Grand Traverse County, having very localized counsel a mile away from these chambers or less, along with other expertise that Paul can get into. So I'm going to turn it over to Paul, my colleague from White's Luxembourg. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Commissioners. It's truly an honor to be here, and I'll try not to consume any more of your time than I think is necessary to summarize what's going on here and answer your questions. Those of you who are essentially running our country at this level, and now I think even at a higher level, are keenly aware of what has been going on in terms of this epidemic. It has impacted essentially every area of local government and governance. The cost of that has been enormous. And obviously the tragedies that have occurred can never be taken back. But there has additionally been cost that is very significant to communities across the nation. We've seen excellent presentations here tonight in the 10 minutes I've been here on the concerns that everyone must have regarding costs that local governance needs to incur. And what has happened with this opioid epidemic is stunning. In many counties, and I can tell you that Michigan, the state of Michigan is one of the worst hit states in the country. And in many counties in Michigan last year, there was 1.5 opioid prescriptions for every man, woman, and child in the county. In some counties in this country, there was a county in West Virginia, I think there were 27,000 inhabitants, and one year there were 4 million pills sold by the manufacturers and distributors in those counties. So that brings me, I think, to the first point that most people have some concerns and questions about, and that is, wait a second, how is it, isn't this the doctor's fault, or isn't this the people's fault, the people that are taking these? And I think the evidence has been clear, particularly in light of the violations that, felonies that have been pleaded to by these companies, that no, this has been a concentrated effort to sell massive amounts of very dangerous medication that should have been limited to palliative care at the end of life or immediate post-surgical care, but instead was being sold through the efforts of these companies for many, many months of treatment and leaving people addicted. There are, and some of you may have seen an HBO documentary, for example. I mean, there are women who, for example, had a C-section. One particular woman highlighted in that show, she had a C-section, her third child. They were completely normal family that any of us would meet and say, what a great little family. 5 years later, she was dead from an overdose, had moved on to illicit drugs. Because these opioids, they're very insidious. They say that addiction can happen inside of 8 days. So that's the problem. It's very clear that the companies have had a tremendous responsibility in pushing these drugs out there. This is not a problem with good-meaning doctors. There clearly have been pill mill doctors that have been prosecuted, probably here in this county, by people, and I know Attorney Forsyth is very and keenly familiar with prosecutions that are happening in this county. But the reasonable and good doctors were prescribing these with the belief that they were safe and were not addictive. And that's why we've had 200,000 opioid deaths in the last 17 years. 200,000. So that's the problem. Many of you are keenly or acutely aware of it. The plan is to take them on in a national litigation. My colleagues and I around the country are hoping to represent various municipalities. The states have banded together through an attorney general group. I don't see that as being of much benefit to the localities that have actually incurred probably more damages than the states. The states, well, certainly it felt the budgetary effects. The states have certainly incurred Medicaid losses. So they banded together. I don't think that will have any kind of effect, or even a trickle-down effect. The plan is to pursue it in federal court. There will be what's called a multi-district litigation. That is where all of the cases filed in federal court around the United States, whether it's Ohio here, and they have been filed there, West Virginia, Illinois, and so on and so forth, will be transferred from whatever federal court they were filed in
to one particular federal judge. It's very common. There have been probably 2,200 of these consolidations in the last 40 years. I've been involved in many of them. So this will be handled by one federal judge. The case that this county hopefully will decide to bring, as well as many other counties in Michigan, will pend there. It will be an individual case. The county's case is not part of a class action. None of these cases will be part of a class action. They are individual cases with individual lawsuits and an individual assessment of damages. I think crucially for any of you sitting there, or really any client that I've ever represented, there will be no cost unless there is a recovery. There will be no fee unless there is a recovery. Obviously, we have therefore done our due diligence. We believe the claim is quite meritorious. In fact, most of us who have handled significant pharmaceutical litigation over the years have really never seen conduct this egregious, and we've seen some very egregious conduct. The defendants are not really the big pharma defendants, except for probably one, and maybe another one might have a little piece. There are no defendants in Michigan, to the extent that's of concern or a question. So I think what we are faced with is an epidemic that is seeking some sort of redress, and that should not be what I believe are relative slaps on the wrist that have happened across the country. I'll give you one example. The state of Oregon settled its entire claim for $1.7 million against a particular company. That company was selling $1.2 million worth of opioid every single day of the year for years on end. So literally in the space of a day, they recovered in revenues the fine that they, or the settlement that they made. I think that ultimately there will be dozens of counties in Michigan as well as other cities that will be bringing these claims. There are already about 60 or 70 counties around the United States that have brought these claims to date. A number of states are filing as well. And I would foresee and believe it should happen that there will be many hundreds of counties bringing these claims. I mean, these companies need to be brought to answer for what has occurred. Unfortunately, the claims of the people who died, for the most part, probably 95% of them, are barred by statutes of limitations. And here in Michigan, in fact, there's an immunity law that would give pharmaceutical companies total immunity to the individuals who may have been addicted or killed by these drugs. That was enacted about 15 years ago. It's the only state with such an immunity law. That immunity law is going to be important in terms of our prosecution of this case and overcoming it. As County Attorney or Deputy County Attorney Forsyth inquired and quizzed me on, how are we getting around that? And we will get around it. For starters, we have to plead it. You have to either go through the exceptions that exist in that Michigan law, or you have to say why it doesn't apply to you because, for example, it's not a personal injury or a death case. That will be for me to lose sleep over, I suppose, because as I said, there's no fee or cost to the county should we proceed. We think it will be successful. We think we can either get past that law or perhaps maybe we'll be able to address it at some point further down the road with the federal judge who's ultimately appointed. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have now or subsequently. Yes, Commissioner.
Would you give the commissioners just kind of a general idea of the type of damages that the county would be pleading?
Yes. So in essence, there are all sorts of effects that have happened and costs that have happened by virtue of the addictions as well as the overdoses in people in this county over the last many years. You can imagine, for example, the cost simply of dealing with the autopsies in these situations. I don't have the specifics yet, of course, because I don't represent Grand Traverse County, but I know from public reports there are actual coroners have resigned around the country because the number of autopsies have been so much greater than what they anticipated. So you're going to have I think, a significant volume of costs that have been incurred because of these deaths. There are the costs due to treatment, any costs that the county is incurring in any way to assist people who have become addicted and to treat them. And probably Deputy County Attorney Forsyth would be able to address that at some point, that there are and have been costs involved with drug prosecutions and so forth that have happened in this county. There are costs associated with the Sheriff's Department, I would imagine, in terms of purchasing the Norcan, which is the particular antidote for someone that is suffering from an opioid overdose, and you come in and you administer this, and it saves their life, at least for the time being. Typically now, every police officer in the country carries this, and their cost, I think the cost is upwards of $700 to $1,000 a dosage. So those costs are associated with it. There's no question, however, Commissioner, that my team will have to sit down, probably not consuming a great deal of anyone's time, but we are going to have to sit down and speak with people in county governance to drill down on what the costs are, to tabulate them. I have no doubt that they're there, but we certainly have to pull them out and tabulate them.
Bob?
How big is that umbrella going to be? I mean, are you talking about the cost to incarcerate someone that's, in prison because of drug charges, therapy? I guess, how are you going to round up those numbers and get a good estimate?
So first, I mean, we're going to be very careful, as we're duty-bound to be, to ensure that we're not going out and casting too broad of a net to pulling costs that are not fairly included in what's happened here. So that's number one. Number two, in terms of how are we going to get into it and figure out what the costs are, that's going to take some legwork by the people from my firm. We're going to have to be here. I'm sure we'll be pointed in directions. On past occasions when I've represented counties in a different type of litigation about 15 years ago, I mean, literally we were brought in as upstate counties in New York, and they said, okay, what you're looking for is in that room, in those file cabinets in the back room. And now perhaps it's going to be a little more sophisticated, but I think there will be a good deal of investigation, if you will, internally, interviewing people. I would imagine we're going to get some very good ideas from the people that work in the county and say, well, what about this? And that's how we will drill down to the specifics. Is it possible that we'll leave some costs in the locker room? It's possible. I mean, I'm not suggesting we will necessarily uncover every dollar that may have been incurred, but I think that definitely the substantial majority of the costs that have happened, we'll figure them out and we'll be able to tabulate them.
So what percentage of the recovery are you keeping? What's your percentage of cost?
Thank you. So our fee that we are requesting is a contingent fee of 30% of the recovery. We are also, as I mentioned, we're advancing all costs as well.
Dan?
Are you a private law firm?
Yes. So yes, sir.
Okay, could there be other law firms that are interested in doing this for us as well?
Yes, there probably are other law firms that may be interested in doing this for you as well. I don't know that for sure, but it would not surprise me.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Sonny?
Well, last week as part of our budget discussion, I pointed out the opioid crisis that we have in our community and the overwhelming need for additional drug enforcement for our Sheriff's Department. I can't help but notice an article earlier this week in the Ticker about 3 drug-related deaths in a single house on Barlow Street in the last 2 months. This is an absolute crisis in our community. If this process does nothing but bring that to the forefront and allow the public to understand it or at least recognize it, I'm all in favor of anything we can do to bring this out, because we amongst this room, the Sheriff's Department, cannot by ourselves cure this problem. And it is a crisis for our community.
Bob?
Yeah, it's going to take a long time. Well, how long did the cigarette 20-plus years, I think, or something?
Well, I don't, the actual recovery litigation for the states was not that long, but you're thinking that the cigarette companies were defending and litigating cases for at least 20 years. I think they won 660 cases before they lost their first one. But this is certainly not anywhere close to that timeline. If I had to estimate, I would say we're probably looking at a 4-year timeline. I think that's a reasonable, and that's what I'm looking at and thinking about. I mean, it doesn't mean it might not take longer than that. It's entirely possible it could take shorter than that. I think 4 years from when we filed this case is entirely reasonable. And if I may expand on that, one reason is that the federal district court judge, who I presume is going to be appointed to run this litigation, will make sure it happens in that time span. I recently was involved in a multi-district litigation in Louisiana, and Judge Doherty said, we are getting out of here in 3 years. That's it. And she did so. We were able to get to trial in 24 months and resolve the case in 36 months. So I think 4 years is reasonable because the federal judge involved is not going to let it go any longer than that. He or she is going to make it happen. And if I may just comment, I said presume. There's a hearing in St. Louis on November 30th where a panel of federal judges will decide if this multi-district litigation should be created, and if so, to whom it should be sent. I feel it's a fait accompli that will happen because several defendants have agreed that a multi-district litigation would be appropriate. Yes.
Cheryl and then Dan.
Could you give us just a minute of your resume, just so that everyone understands the expertise that you would be bringing to the table?
It might only take 5 or 6 seconds, but thank you. I've been the co-chair of the pharmaceutical and device department at my firm since 1993.
And what does that mean?
So I have a practice group within the firm has about 450 support staff and 100 lawyers, and about 15 of those lawyers are within my practice group, and we do exclusively litigation involving pharmaceutical companies and occasionally device companies when devices are recalled, for example.
Like those mesh screens you see on the ads?
The horrible mesh cases and the certain hips were taken off the market. So I've been doing that. I've been involved, and I do have some materials that I could leave with you in a folder over here that accentuate some of this. I have been co-lead counsel in several multi-district litigations involving pharmaceutical companies. I've been on numerous plaintiff steering committees, which is the committee underneath the co-lead counsel involving pharmaceutical cases over the years, and this is what I have dedicated my career to. I always like to point out, though, that because I think sometimes we see almost as many lawyer advertisements for pharmaceutical cases as we see ads for pharmaceuticals. But there are approximately 2,200 prescription drugs on the market at any given time, or in what's called the physician's desk reference. And I've litigated maybe 10 or 12 of those over that time period. So we have been highly selective. And one reason is, aside from wanting to do the right thing and not the wrong thing, is that we have to do our due diligence, because when we step into a case, we have instantaneously committed literally millions of dollars that we are going to be laying out to litigate against these massive companies and these massive law firms. And we're only going to get back if we win.
Dan?
I'm kind of confused about premise. People get medications, these types of medications, from doctors writing prescriptions. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And so the idea is that the drug companies have fooled the doctors and they're prescribing too much of this stuff?
Absolutely. And I think, Commissioner, were you ultimately to engage me, or if you were to engage someone else, I think with some time I would be able to show you that. And by the way, that particular question is exactly the question that everybody has when they first come to it. That's exactly the question that I had.
He's a doctor.
I see that now. I see that now. I didn't see it at first. That's exactly the question that I had, because I have to ask that question, because it's fundamental to potential success for my clients and my firm, that I have to have an answer to that question. One example, in 1999, you can see the video, you can go on YouTube, I think still, and find it. I don't think it's been pulled out. There was a video that was well created by one of the major pharmaceutical companies involved in this case, that was shown at doctors' conferences around the country, and otherwise provided to them. And this video is 100%, there's no bones about it. These drugs are safe. These drugs are not addictive. And if your patient comes to you seeking drugs, do you think it's right that you question them and think that they are just seeking drugs? Or maybe you're just not treating their pain right. Maybe you need to give them the drugs and do the right thing by giving them the medication to help them with the pain, because it's not going to hurt them. Now, what did they secondarily do? And this may or may not be part of the actual substantive litigation, but there was a fifth vital sign here that was added at the beginning of all of this. And suddenly, doctors were... and there's a lot of different avenues by which this fifth vital sign may have come to the paper. But pain and assessing patients' pain did come to the paper about in the same time frame. And we already have some evidence of lobbying efforts by these companies to make that happen. So now we have doctors being told, oh, and by the way, apart from the marketing from the drug companies, assess your patient's pain. This is an important vital sign. You need to know what's going on with regard to their pain. That's further bolstering the concept in a physician's mind, who may be seeing in a busy practice, busy city practice, 20, 30 patients a day. And even in a country practice, many, many patients. And it's bolstering in her or his mind, pain is important. I really shouldn't be questioning whether my patient still has pain from that hip surgery. I should just be prescribing the opioid, which is not addictive anyway. But in the data, this isn't, if I may, sir, this is not I'm not just simply suggesting this or positing this or speculating about this. I mean, these companies have pleaded guilty to felonies for misbranding in terms of the addictive properties of these compounds, as well as mismarketing. So, I think the evidence is going to be laid bare. It, in fact, already has. It's just no one knows about it. Even I didn't know about it. We didn't know about it. We knew it's going on. We just think it's people going out getting drugs, or we just think it's a couple of really bad doctors becoming pill mills. That's not what happened here. You don't kill 200,000 people that way. What has happened here was an effort that was at best reckless to make billions of dollars from these compounds. And they did make billions of dollars.
Can you give me, you said you've only litigated maybe 16 medications out of the PDR. Yeah. Which medications are you talking about?
I will give you an example. I once had the honor of giving a talk at a major law school in the Northeast. And I put up on the board, it was Yale Law School, and of course every Yale Law student in that room knew they were smarter than me before they walked into the room. So I put up on the board, on the screen, 24,483, big red numbers. And I watched them all come in and look, and I was this guy from New York, and I said, none of you know what that number is, none of you. And that got their ire up. I said, that's not my number. That is the FDA estimate of how many people died from a heart attack taking the pain medication Vioxx that was pulled off the market on September 30th, 2004. 24,000 people. I said, if the reason you don't know about it is because it was spread across the country for 7 years in an apartment in Brooklyn, or a little house in South Boston, or a trailer park in Indiana, and so on and so forth. So nobody knew. If it had happened, if I said to them, if we woke up one morning and said, holy smokes, 24,000 people died last night taking this pain medication, Vioxx, A, the criminal trials would still be going on, and B, certainly we would all know where we were when we saw that headline. But like this, it's just been happening.
But I'm asking, what medications are you talking about in this litigation?
In this particular litigation, you prominently have OxyContin, of course, which Purdue's medication. You prominently have hydrocodone, for example, and other OxyContin derivative medications. You have fentanyl is a serious offender, which has now become a street drug. And each one of those opioids, whether it was brand name, which most of them were not, or generic. Additional defendants are the distributors of those medications.
Does the AMA agree with you that the doctors have been duped?
That's a very good question. I don't know what the AMA's position is on that at this point. As we know, the AMA is an excellent organization. They're also very cautious, and certainly...
Is there any medical association that agrees with this, that, gosh, we've been fooled?
Yeah, I think I could provide you with numerous examples of organizations that are recognizing that this crisis was not one brought upon doctors by a few bad doctors, but rather that this crisis was brought upon doctors by the distributors and the marketing efforts of the companies. I really think that is, but I will give you this, it's certainly not something that was generally accepted even 6 months ago. Like I give my Vioxx example, because once everybody sees what has happened, that's when they all start realizing what has happened.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. It's really, truly been an honor.
Can I just have a couple comments?
Okay.
So as I'm sure everybody here knows, my office, Bob Cooney, we've been on the front line of dealing with the opioid epidemic. I'll give you an example. A few months back, I interviewed somebody who agreed to cooperate in prosecution of others in the area, and I interviewed him at the jail. And I asked him, how did you get hooked on heroin? And what he told me was, he said, well, I hurt myself a while back. Here, let me show you the scar. I think he lifted up his pant leg, showed me the scar. And he said it was because I was prescribed, I think it was oxycodone. And when that ran out, I needed help. I needed something for the pain. I'm broke, can't get that prescription refilled. I'm addicted to it. I have an opioid addiction, and now I have to go out and I have to feed that addiction. So I'm out there buying heroin. That ramps up the addiction. And now I'm out there working for drug dealers where I'm selling heroin on their behalf in this community. So I think this litigation, and ultimately it's a board decision on whether you want to retain these attorneys and proceed with the litigation. But I think it's an important tool in our toolbox, in law enforcement's toolbox, in dealing with this crisis that we're facing. So again, I think, if you ask me, I think it would be worthwhile for the county to join in the litigation. And there are multiple counties, multiple municipalities across the country that are having the discussion that we're having right now. The other thing I want to advise you, and even though I believe what Mr. Pennock is telling you, ethically, as a lawyer, I do have to tell you that under the Michigan rules of professional conduct for lawyers, we cannot guarantee that there won't be any cost to the county at the end of the day. Whether we prevail and we don't have to worry about that, that's all great. But I do have to advise you of the risk, and that the risk is still there that if we lose, probably not likely there'd be cost to the county, but there is that risk there. And ethically, I have to tell the board that. So.
And that risk would be with any firm?
It would be with any firm.
May I comment on that?
Sure.
So in New York, you are permitted to contract with clients and indicate to them on the front end there won't be any cost. However, that's a recent rule change, about 3 years old or so. In the entire history of my firm, and I know the history of Mr. Bernstein's firm because we've talked about this, we have never sought costs from any client in, our firm's been around 31 years now, ever. But so even without the law change, that is something that we were always able to represent.
Tom and then Bob.
Is the Attorney General's state of Michigan going to take action against these same people?
I don't know. I believe I know the Attorney General issued a statement regarding this on September 19th. I think the Attorney General issued a subpoena regarding it, getting information. I believe the Attorney General for Michigan has or is considering banding with these other 41 states. My impression is that the Attorney General will be pursuing state damages. I don't think any of these Attorney Generals, from what I've been able to discern, are intent upon trying to pursue damages that were sustained by municipalities and counties.
So they're collecting information, and they know there are possible cases against these.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. But they're not necessarily going to take a case on themselves.
Yeah, I don't know whether they will or won't. I did have the opportunity to meet with someone from the Attorney General's office about a month ago, and simply not to ask them of anything, but I simply requested that if they were going to file, to hold off. And as I put it to them, which they all nodded in complete agreement. I said, this Michigan immunity law is a bit of an issue, and I don't want to fight that fight until I have to. And so if you could consider holding off, I think it would be in the best interest of everyone in Michigan, because we can get to the federal court wherever this is going. And if we've got to get in the ring then, I think we have a better shot probably than if we get in the ring here.
Okay, so if you... I'm just, I like to read about stuff like this. If the state of Michigan Attorney General took a case against these people that were providing the drugs, are you saying that they wouldn't go to the Supreme Court?
To the federal court? No, they will.
Oh, they will.
That's what I meant. What I was hoping they weren't going to do, and they had already made the same decision, was not file in Michigan federal court now. This was now going back a month ago. Wait until the federal multi-district litigation is set up, and let's go there and deal with the Michigan issue there.
Okay.
Bob, did you have another comment?
Yeah, I just got to ask, what's your record?
Well, I have one major case that's currently on appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court that we lost the litigation below at the federal district court level, and then we appealed to the United States Third Circuit, and the lower court judge was completely reversed, and now Pharma has taken it to the U.S. Supreme Court. Well, they've asked. We'll know on December 2nd probably whether the Supreme Court will accept it. So other than that, I haven't had too many, thank God, too many losses. I mean, I had a major loss for a client in a case involving Tylenol-related liver injury. That was painful. We took that up on appeal. I mean, painful that we lost it. It was a horrible injury for her. She had a liver transplant. We've been very successful. I don't think anyone that you talk to, competitors or adversaries, probably be the best people to talk to, and they will tell you that we are very serious about what we do. We like to practice law at the highest level, and consequently, I think that we've been very successful. We're also careful about what we get into and what we don't. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a resolution in our packet on page 100. So do we have a motion?
So move.
Support.
Moved by Commissioner Gorfulet, supported by Commissioner Wheelock. Any additional discussion on the resolution? The resolution is to accept these firms. I'm sorry?
Would you read it?
The whole thing?
Well, what is it? What is it in a nutshell?
Resolve that the board approves the firms of Weitz and Luxembourg PC, the Sam Bernstein Law Firm PLLC, and Smith & Johnson Attorneys PC as special counsel to represent the interests of Grand Traverse County in litigation concerning the opioid epidemic. So that's the motion, that we accept this
And there was
resolution. Yep, yes.
This goes along with our purchasing policies as to how we hire consultants or?
I don't
no?
think it applies.
It doesn't apply?
It
Okay.
doesn't apply.
I mean, it's professional services.
Yeah.
So there's no RFP requirement.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah, Sonny?
I guess, Chris, do you think we would handle this process otherwise better, or you think this is the way that you would recommend? You know, I know you and Bob work on this stuff every day, you know, and the sheriff does. I've been around a while, so I know what it's cost Grand Traverse County over the years. So is this the proper procedure for us to move forward with?
Yeah, absolutely, like I said, and, you know, it's funny, I didn't do this on purpose, but I brought with me some work, some overdose death cases that I need to review that involve opioid drugs. And so again, I think this is an important tool in the toolbox to deal with this epidemic. And as I highlighted in the memo, I did meet with these attorneys on October 25th. I was very comfortable with the presentation then. I asked Mr. Pennock some tough questions. He was able to answer my questions. I talked this over with Mr. Cooney. Bob was comfortable with moving forward. So yeah, I'm perfectly happy with what I think these attorneys will be able to do for this county.
Dan?
Well, kind of echoing what Commissioner Gore-Follett commonly says, we've only heard from one group to handle this for us, this one. I've not heard another one.
It's true.
There have been other firms that have reached out to me, reached out to Bob, Cooney. Certainly, if that's the desire of the board, certainly
I have to admit, I'm
we could go
taken
through
by
that.
surprise by this. Is it because I've not been attentive? I know that there's no opioid epidemic and all that kind of stuff, but for this to be presented here and we have to make a decision tonight, am I missing something?
No, and I don't think anybody's asking you to make.
Well, they're asking to pass this tonight, right?
They are.
It's a pretty big decision to do this, no? It isn't?
I don't think it's a particularly big decision.
These medications that the gentlemen are talking about have been around an awful long time. I prescribed them.
I'm sure you did. No one's saying you did anything wrong, Dan.
Well,
I didn't hear anybody say that the doctors were to blame for this.
I don't know that the drug companies are either. I don't feel that any drug company, I haven't even talked to a drug company person in 20 years. And we want to take on a drug company because they make an opioid and sell it, but what would we do with all these medications in the hospitals?
Well, correct me if I'm not, you're going to do this with other counties, correct? So you're not, if we say no here, they're still moving forward.
Well, that is true. I mean,
It's not on our behalf.
we expect to.
So we should jump on the train? I don't know.
Then you should.
Well, Commissioner, if I may, I mean, and I probably didn't impress upon you, obviously didn't impress upon you enough. I mean, we have to do our due diligence on these cases to ensure that they are not only meritorious, but so meritorious that we believe we will be successful. And I think perhaps sometimes the general view is that it's easy to be successful in a case like this. That is very far from the truth. And so I can assure you that the evidence regarding these companies, and we're not we're the only big pharma company that may have been involved and is sort of marginally involved is Janssen. Pfizer may have had a product, and we're looking at that. So Purdue Pharmaceuticals is as you probably know, a closely held corporation, not a public corporation. It's a family-owned corporation. There's a company, Inix, from Phoenix, Arizona, that's involved. Teva, which is primarily a generic, well, it is a generic manufacturer based in Israel. These are the three major companies, manufacturers that will be involved. So this is not sort of a scattershot at big pharma as a whole, by any means. And again, moving forward with this litigation, we are doing so first and foremost because we believe something terrible has happened. I mean, look, I can't speak for every lawyer in the country that gets into cases, and I certainly know there are lawyers in the country that will get into cases regardless of what they think. We know that. There are bad apples everywhere. And in my business, maybe there are more bad apples than in other businesses. I don't know. But I know this. I'm not going to get into a case personally unless I believe that there is something really bad that happened and somebody needs to take it on. It's why I like what I do. So I think you will find, Commissioner, as the process moves forward, if it moves forward, that the evidence is very clear that there was an unparalleled effort to get these drugs out there. And that the masses of prescriptions that were being filled, the numbers of pills that were being sold, was so massive, you'd really have to be a complete imbecile inside the company not to realize what was going on, particularly when you tag it with your marketing efforts starting back in the late 90s. So I don't doubt that someone like you, they may have been afraid to go to someone like you because you're no nonsense guy, and you're not going to listen to anybody that's telling you what they should do or not do or this or that. I get they may have been afraid. You know how pharma reps are. They're not going to go to the tough targets. So, but not every doctor has the same sort of perhaps sturdiness or even time in their day. In any event, it has happened. That much we know. These prescriptions on a massive scale have happened. Millions of people have become addicted. We know that. There's no question about that. 200,000 people have died. That is not in question. 100 people died, 91 died today if you use last year's statistics. So it's out there, and your question is this a meritorious claim is what it boils down to. Are we just going after people because we think we can pin the tail on the donkey and get some money for it? I wouldn't be here if that were remotely the situation. I can only tell you that, and we don't know each other, but I can only tell you that.
We're discussing this, we've the motion in a second, we're discussing it. I'm uncomfortable making a yes vote on this, and so I like to think a little more about this. I know that it's politically correct to be against all this, and I am. But before I want to enter into a lawsuit against a bunch of companies, he hasn't even named the companies. The only information I've got is what he's told me or what I've read in the newspaper. We're all willing to do this because we'll get extra money. I don't know. I'm just not ready to say yes to this with this little information, such a short period of time.
Okay. Okay. Bonnie, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Mayor?
Yes.
Lathrop?
No.
Johnson?
Yes.
Gore-Follett?
Yes.
Klaus?
Yes.
Wheelock?
Yes.
Crawford?
Yes. Motion passes. Thank you very much. We appreciate
Thank you
your time.
very much, and
Thank you.
thank you for your time and your input and considered questions.
All right, we will move on. No, question in public. So,
Could we get some air in here? It's hot in here, okay?
I agree.
If Bob Johnson says it's hot, you know it's hot. It's not just me.
Thank you, Bonnie.
I know.
I didn't mean it, I'm sure Cheryl didn't mean it that way. Okay. We are going to move on. We have a public hearing regarding the budget, so we will open the public hearing at 6:39. Got that, Bonnie? Okay. Do we have a presentation about that budget, or do we have?
It's contained within our board package, pages 103 to 171.
Okay. Do we want to discuss any of the specifics, the information technology plan, and the appropriation for soil erosion?
Those are two separate, do we do it as, I think we do it after the public hearing? I'm not sure.
Okay, can do that.
After?
Okay,
Yes.
so do we have any questions or anything on the budget? They're asking us tonight to go ahead and, after the public hearing, to go ahead and approve the budget as presented.
Are you asking us or the?
I'm asking what kind of questions you have, what kind of concerns you have regarding the budget that is presented here, starting on 103.
Do you want a motion on it right now before discussion?
Sure.
I would so move that we accept the budget as presented, or whatever the resolution was for Bonnie's easy note-taking.
I will
support.
Okay, so moved by Commissioner Gorfulet, supported by Commissioner Wheelock. Discussion. Thoughts, concerns? Let's go with Dan and then Sunny.
Have we set any money aside for the deficit pension plan, what do we call it, the irrevocable trust? Is there any money in the budget for that?
I think there's an allocation of $300,000 for the OPEB? Is that what you're referring to?
No, I'm talking about there's
Not the irrevocable trust.
we haven't, not a dime.
Not at this moment,
Okay.
no.
You set
That's
up a
good.
shell structure.
It's going to be hard for me to support this budget for that reason, because one of the biggest problems we're in is the retirement debt we've got of over $50 million. And one of the reasons that happened is, over the years, people stuck their head in the sand and just did nothing, let it keep on going. And when you look at the plan that we had, it was, what was it called, the deficit reduction plan, or what was the name of the plan that
Something like that.
Okay. And pension stability plan, I guess it was. Pension debt stability plan.
Stabilization.
Pardon?
Pension debt stabilization plan?
Stabilization plan. Well, the stabilization part of it is putting some money away so that when the market ultimately will change and the 5.9 million won't be enough, we'll have to supplement it. We'll have a little money there to help out. And we've not put a dime into it. And we don't plan to put a dime into it.
Cheryl?
My understanding was that we had made a commitment that if we had funds that came to us that were outside the budget, so for example, if a piece of property, for example, were to sell, that we would dedicate those funds to that. And it's my understanding that we actually have a parcel in Blair Township that may may net us some money.
Well, we just had a piece of property that we could have put that money into.
We didn't.
We didn't.
And we did.
We did.
We made a commitment that we would pay that to MERS.
We paid it directly to MERS and not into the...
Township property. We
Yeah.
made a commitment to the public that we would pay that to MERS, and we did
It's not in
that.
the irrevocable trust, but it was paid to MERS. My understanding was that my sort of thought with the pension stabilization plan was that each year when the audit came out, that if it was determined that we had extra fund balance, our fund balance is supposed to be at a certain level, if we had extra fund balance, that we could determine that some of those funds would go. And so it's not a budgeted thing, but it is an excess. If we have excess money beyond the budget, money that we didn't spend, that those funds would go into the irrevocable trust.
That's a lick and a promise. I think we should put it in the budget. And another thing I want to say is, how much money do we have budgeted for commissioner traveling and expenses?
$16,000.
I think that's too much.
We are going to discuss that further on down.
But I'm not going to okay the budget
Okay.
unless we discuss it first.
We're in the public hearing section of it, so I don't know that we can move that discussion up to have it at the moment. Sonny?
Well, you know, I've said for many, many years, the budget is a living document. We amend it every month. We make changes to the budget every month. The recommendation of the finance director, we get grant money in, we expend money, we transfer money back and forth between budget centers. The budget that was provided to us is balanced, revenues to expenditures. You know, I probably had as many questions about items that were in the budget as anyone did. I've asked the questions. I've gotten most of the answers. You know, Vicki and I met last week and we talked about some other things I'd still like to see. You know, there's still wants that I would like to see in this budget that aren't outlined in the budget. But we do not pass a line item budget where every single expenditure is included in the budget. We pass our budgets by budget centers. You know, I told Vicki last week, you know, I personally would love to figure out some way that we can find some additional compensation for county employees who are not within the step range, which is the vast majority of our employees who haven't seen a cost of living increase since 2014, and they've now been asked to pay 20% of their health insurance and 10% of their pension. But they haven't seen anything in exchange for that. Makes it very difficult to go into labor negotiations and say, you're going to pay 20% of your health insurance and you're going to pay 10% toward your pension, and oh, by the way, we're not giving you a dime. So, you know, I've seen county employees' numbers that seem they actually paid close to a 17% pay loss in order to continue to work here. That's not necessarily a great thing. I absolutely want to see more money for drug enforcement. We have an epidemic in our community and we acknowledge that, and you know, we absolutely have to find a way to find more money to help the sheriff deal with drug enforcement. You know, animal control seems to be a very popular discussion within the community. They'd like to see us spend more money. But we can pass this budget and then we can work on finding monies within this budget to spend on some of those items that we wish to do. You know, if there's some problems with the budget that I have, you know, we've talked about purchasing 14 patrol cars out of leftover money in 2017 money. So we're going to end up moving it into the 2018 budget because we're not going to make those purchases between now and the end of the year. But we've nowhere have we logged in this budget any revenue for the sale of the cars that we're replacing. You know, so there's small things back and forth that I'd like to talk about along the way. But the bottom line is we have a balanced budget. It balances revenues with expenditures, and we are not passing a line item budget. We're passing a budget by fund balances, or by fund accounting. It's not a line item budget. We don't have to know that we're going to spend $737 on fuel for the detective's car. You know, we don't have to pass it that way. I do appreciate the information that Vicki provided us that's here tonight that outlines some of those capital improvement monies. Those were big items for me that I had a hard time with when I look at a $450,000 capital improvement budget, but no explanation of what we're getting for that money. So I do appreciate the breakdowns that we've gotten in the last few days.
Dan?
But if we do pass this budget, we are passing a budget that does not have any definite funds set aside for the irrevocable trust.
Correct.
Okay.
It does, however, have the full payment as negotiated with MERS and MERS guarantee that our payment will be, you know, for what MERS guarantees is, and there's no one in the room besides more than me that doesn't necessarily trust MERS. But the bottom line is MERS has negotiated that if we make this $5.9 million payment every year, we will be 100% funded at the end of the 16 years.
They didn't guarantee that.
Well,
No,
They guarantee that that's going to be our payment. But yes, I understand if they don't get the return on their money that they project, they're going to come back and tell us we owe additional money. But one thing we have to remember about that fund is solely on employees on defined benefit programs. The number of defined benefit program employees that we currently have is very small and getting smaller every week. You know, the bottom line is the vast majority of our employees are in a defined benefit or defined contribution program, and that fund is 100% funded. You know, so we get all excited to talk about the defined benefit program, but we only have 80 employees or less now that are still on a defined benefit program. Everyone else is either already retired or they're on a defined contribution program.
Dan?
I'm asking this board, if a situation happens where the market changes and we have to augment that 5.9 million with another million or so, where will that money come from the year that happens?
It would have to be dealt with at the time. I mean, you've just gone through this very lengthy process.
And that's the very thing that I don't like. Because that's the very thing that got us into trouble in the first place.
Being 0% funded to now we're starting to be funded. We have to
Starting to be funded.
take steps.
Well, how did we do it in the past? I mean,
Right,
you know, you've
exactly.
been on the board for a few years. I mean, how did you do it in the past? Because you weren't
took a
making-
lot to get the board to this point, to put $5.9 million on it.
Okay, and how much
Okay,
were
and
you
that's-
putting into a trust every year? How much out of the budget?
$250,000.
Okay.
That's in the OPEB.
In the OPEB.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking
created
about
that
funding
shell.
something to cover the shortfall that's going to happen. And we're just sticking our head in the sand.
I wouldn't call it sticking our head in the sand. I'm saying that
You
that
promise if we
my-
sell property that it'll be there.
that my understanding of the stabilization plan was that we would check the fund balances after the audit. If we had extra money left over from the year before, we would determine at that time how much of that would go into the irrevocable trust.
I'm not buying it. So anyway, you guys know how I feel.
But we didn't do that this year. I mean, we used
We didn't, 'cause we didn't have the
we used
irrevocable-
every penny to help balance this budget.
We didn't
I mean,
have
I
the
understand
irrevocable
what you're
trust
saying is-
at the time.
Yeah. One of the things this county needs to keep an eye on, and granted, it was the accounting methods before, is the fact that, you know, at one time, we were 100% funded. And by inaction and just saying, well, that's all they told us to pay, and not looking at it, that's how they got down to where we're at now. So in the future, it is going to take a look every year to say, look, even though we paid 5.9, we may need to pay 6.5, and then address it then. But we need to make sure, and I think now with it being, as part of the
Structured.
accounting records of where it's at now, it is more prominent. So it's harder to just shy away from it, I think now, hopefully. I too would like to see something in there, but.
We have to hold MERS more accountable.
But we have to also, I mean.
Or at least make sure that we're tracking it better.
Yep, exactly, that's it, right
You
there.
know, I think that's the
We need to plan ahead long time.
And we are,
long-term.
part of the appointments that we will have later, might be for the pension board. We will have a pension board that is supposed to track that and give recommendations to us. So we need 3 people to apply for the pension board. If anybody's out there who wants to do it, Cheryl, and then
Well,
Tom.
and also, I just wanted to add that it's my understanding that we will be making our MERS payment early this year.
Yes,
As opposed
February.
to late, like we've done in the past, which should net us a significant bump.
Right, we're paying ahead.
Instead of letting that interest accrue for 8 or 9 months, we're going to pay it right out of the gate. And that should help us with that.
We're
So,
paying
you
ahead
know,
now
early-
for, what,
pay
October,
early and
November,
pay off.
December? November, December?
November, December, we're paying,
Now.
Heidi has sent the payment for that already. And then we're paying next year's right after the first of the year.
In January,
So
we'll
if we have all
pay the
that
first
extra money
6 months.
coming, why can't we just budget, put some money into it?
That's cash flow, that's not extra money coming in. That's not,
You see my point?
it's cash flow. It's different than
It's just not
revenue.
being funded is what it is.
It is being funded. fully funded. 5.9 million is what the budget has. Isn't that correct? Isn't that what we
It
agreed to
is,
pay?
and I think that the
But the
prior
irrevocable
obligation was
trust is not being
5.2 million,
funded.
so it's $500,000 more than what we're obligated to.
The irrevocable trust is not being funded in this budget.
Not in this budget at this
Okay,
time.
that's all I
And
want
when
to
it was
say.
created, it was
Yeah,
not
let's
funded.
just agree on that. The irrevocable trust in this budget is not being funded.
Correct.
Okay, cool.
Tom, did you have something to say?
Does anyone know what our MERS retirement fund is funded at right now? What percentage?
Figure that out. They don't have,
I don't know that.
it's not like, I mean, it's a moving number. They don't figure it out on a day-to-day basis. It's, yeah. And we gave them 11
So
million.
we paid in
over 11
5.7, last year, 5.9 this year, to an overall 70 million obligation, so it's
So you think we're like,
moving the needle
this
very
year.
slightly.
I'd be guessing at like 55% or something.
It's probably,
No idea.
nowhere near.
The fact is, we've given them nearly $11 million in the last 6 months, so, that's got to help our status significantly.
Right. Well,
we don't know the
And with
number.
the commitment to make the 2018 payment earlier in the year, then we accrue interest on that
Right,
money,
that compounding.
which should help us grow too.
That's my point.
Yeah, well, that's a sound idea, to send the payment in at the beginning of the year.
Mm-hmm.
On number 3, Board of Commissioners, payment in lieu of health insurance, it says an increase of $5,724. Does that mean from 2000 or,
Oh, from what the
Yep.
prior budget that you
numbers.
looked at on October 25th?
a budget amount?
Yes.
Okay.
didn't
okay.
have anything in
Because
that.
one of the things that we've also
It was
discussed is
omitted.
increasing the payment in lieu from 2,000 up to a higher amount.
We
Right,
didn't do
that's
that.
not-
There was
We've done
nothing
nothing, yeah,
budgeted
yeah,
in the original draft of the budget.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah, well, that's still a good idea, because there's probably not enough incentive for people to decide to seek another plan.
Right.
Or go with their spouse's plan, or whatever their alternatives are. I guess the only other thing that worries me that I'm not sure about is that we're saving money for things that will happen in the future, one-time things like a new jail, that we're saving for, a building that needs a new roof, very large sums, maintenance, basically. Are we saving enough every year towards those things so that we can be
Probably
prepared?
not enough. We
Yeah, okay.
have
yeah.
allocated $450,000.
And how would we know, how would we know how to do that? So we do need a new jail at some point in time.
But that probably would be
No.
through some kind of bonding.
Yeah, those
Okay.
big things are
Yeah.
bonded out.
Okay. Or the roof on this building needs to be replaced, for example. So we are prepared,
Well,
sort of?
We have a set aside.
Yeah, okay.
We don't have the crystal ball to know what's going to go wrong this year, but we're
Yeah.
doing our best.
Well, maybe, what was it that we were told as we were growing up, things happen in threes, so. Are we prepared for that kind of thing? Where
And be a
3
Boy
things go
Scout.
wrong closely together, so.
right.
Yeah, I guess that's where I don't have a lot of confidence that we are prepared, I guess. And I understand the jail could be, financed as one thing, so. but-
Okay. It is a public hearing, so if there's anybody in the public who would like to make public comment on the budget at this time. Mr. Colburn.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, Commissioners, Martin Colburn, City Manager, Traverse City, 400 Boardman. We work together in a lot of different avenues, contracts, agreements, services, from community development and dams to law enforcement, these properties, this building, IT, and IT is the one I really wanted to hit on tonight specifically, as we work together to continue to protect those services and the critical information that we hold. I know that we're continue to invest, and we have committed working with your staff on some of the not only improvements that need to be made, but the investments that we make together. As you know, we work with you because we have part ownership of this building and part ownership of the services. So again, I appreciate in this budget your investment into the security of the IT system, and look forward to continuing to work with you on the many different avenues that we do in and day out. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Bring it back to the board. Oh, do I close the hearing and then vote? Okay. So
I find it interesting that we had a significant amount of money budgeted in the 2017 budget for capital improvements, and we've spent a lot of time talking about, our needs for IT improvements, facilities improvements. We haven't spent a dime. We are at the 15th of November of 2017, and we have not spent one dime of 2017's allocation for capital improvements. So we sit around and we talk about, we need to do this, we need to do this, but we've made, unfortunately, we truly cannot document that we've made any effort to improve those problems, because we put the money in the budget in 2017 to make improvements to the IT, to make improvements to its facilities. Here we are on the 15th of November of 2017, and we haven't done a damn thing with it.
Frustrating, isn't it?
A little bit.
And we've recently discovered that, and so we have a plan. That's what Ming is going to talk about next, is starting phase 1 of the IT plan with that 2017 IT.
Well, that also reflects that there should be, $400,000 that was budgeted in the 2017 budget toward capital improvements that wasn't expended. That money is going to be available to us, carried over into the 2018 budget, or returned to accumulated surplus, one or the other.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor.
You're going to close public hearing?
I will close the public hearing at 7 o'clock exactly. So there's a motion on the floor. Roll call.
Lathrop?
I'm going to reluctantly vote yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Gore Follett?
Yes.
Klaus?
Yes.
Wheelock?
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor?
Yes.
Crawford?
Yes. Okay, we have a budget.
Wonderful.
Okay. We will move on and hear from Ming from IT. Tell us what you're going to do. And I see that we have on our desk pages that replace part of this, correct? No, that's for the next one.
Soil erosion. Yep, she's got a presentation to...
Okay.
They're kind of slow, but just point them in.
It's just this one.
It's just this one?
No.
You don't
This
even
is,
have... Oh, IT
IT
three-year plan. Okay, so we do have some, I have so many things lined up here.
And I think that's contained in the package, too.
Well, this was just the memo that was supposed to be in front of it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Flash when you need one.
I get cold easy.
Cheryl was hot, now Dan's cold?
Yeah, I'm old man now, I get cold easy.
Can't please
Here, you want my
anybody today.
jacket?
I'll give you this one. I about had it with this one.
So I just want to make a little comment. I was so excited, actually found out the 2017 CIP money is literally last Tuesday, and then I start working on what I'm going to present to you guys today.
Can you speak up too,
Speak
please?
right
We
into
have
the
a soft-
microphone and speak up a little if you don't mind. Thank you.
Okay. You hear me now?
A little louder.
I feel like
Yell at us.
the cell phone commercial. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
Today I'm going to present the Phase 1, the IT action plan. I will be covering the overview, the action item, and of course the estimated cost and the goal. Sorry, a little nervous. So the first phase of the IT action plan is primarily focused on the network infrastructure of the county and the city. The action plan will address the security, cybersecurity, compliance, overall the network operation and vulnerabilities. In order to minimize the risk for cybersecurity issue, significant improvements are needed. The county will need a robust and reliable network infrastructure to be able to support not only the current system, but also to provide support for the future project ahead. This first step required detailed planning and is essential for setting up our county's future success. Here are the planning projects. The first essential network infrastructure component is store area network. It's also called the SAN. The current county virtual server environment is being maintained using a SAN and a server model to host approximately 80 different virtual servers throughout the city and the county. The SAN function as back-end storage to hold the server data. The total capacity of the SAN right now is about 46 terabyte. As right now, we have about 15% left free space that we can use. The county and the city has plans to upgrade the current public safety Tyler software and our current Avaya phone system. And of course, city just have a meeting with them this morning and discuss about they want a new ERP system. Of course, with the 15% free space right now, we are not able to support any of these future projects. Another component of the major network infrastructure that needed to be addressed is replace our network switches and routers and equipment. The county network infrastructure covers about 20 buildings and provide the support to operate the county and the city. Currently, the county and the city still have about 150 active network drop connection wired with Category 5 cables. Category 5 cables was depreciated since 2001. Secondly, the current data center environment is not cooling properly and is not facility access secure. Improvement to data center as well as proper policy and procedure are much needed. Beyond the network connection issues and not cooling correctly, the issue is we have about 51 active network switches right now, and 28 of them are end of life. That means I'm no longer able to get latest updates or security patch updates. The vulnerability for cyber attack greatly increased without these updates. As many of departments are required to be HIPAA, CJIS, and IRS Publication 1075 compliant, that potential vulnerability from end-of-life devices could result in big fines and or legal consequences. And lastly, safeguards and updating the specialized software and devices. The first one I want to hit is the OnBase. Most of you probably don't know what really OnBase. OnBase using daily in the county, especially the court. As court right now, if we not putting any more investment on OnBase, they will no longer work at all. They had to go back to 1990s to file with paper. So we solely using OnBase software to really work in hands with the e-filing system. So our OnBase right now, currently we're using version 13. Of course, version 17 is out right now, and of course the 13 will be outdated soon. So we need to make sure as soon as possible we can upgrade the system. And also, of course, is a lot of court data, and not just court data, also our personnel and financial data on the OnBase system. And this sensitive data is not encrypted right now, and of course, is not compliant. So, if you allow me to purchase and put the the module in place, then we'll be in compliant with HIPAA and CGIS and the IRS requirement. And the next thing is email encryption. Email, which as you all know, is a very vulnerability medium. Encryption email would increase the security and provide additional protection for sensitive information. Right now, of course, we don't have email encryption. By having this in place, the county will be able to send sensitive information internally and externally. This is very serious issue because we have a lot of department that have to do with HIPAA, which is Health Department and COA, and right now we are not compliant. Same thing with CGIS. So with the public safety, certain time we need to send criminal information. It will be really nice to have the option we do it correctly and put safeguard in place. And 7 out of our 10 IT staff laptops are more than 5 years old. I truly believe that since we're an IT team, we need proper equipment to able to help this place to be efficient. Also, additional training will require due to this upcoming changes within the county IT infrastructure. And also, I believe that since we're in the first line to serve, we need to know what is the greatest and the latest out there to able to support our future. The next item I would like to focus on is mobile device management and the antivirus. Of course, you guys might know that I already only here 4 months, and I just found out that has been last year, the county has been issued more smartphone more than ever, but also smartphone actually is an easy target for cybersecurity, and we do not have a mobile device manager to able to monitoring those cell phone usage and managing and secure the employee mobile devices, especially those departments for those cell phone to have sensitive data. If anything with data breach, we will be able to set the phone by default or locate the phone, and that's very essential for us. And also, if we install the antivirus app into the cell phone, that will be putting a really good safeguard. Not just being compliant, definitely will help for the security risk. And last thing that I want to cover is the deployment software. Currently, the IT department does not have ability to auto-deploy any application and upgrades. And right now, we are really dealing with very hideous chores to have to do manually install certain upgrade and certain application manually individual computers or any devices. So for that upgrade, will really enhance our process and also develop that development software will consider a priority or avoid potential security risks. So those patches are important, just kind of like, we need prevention to have safeguard to try to not have any cyber security risk. So I'm done with the projects. Here are the estimated costs for Phase 1 2018 projects. Each projects are listed required for competitive bids, and I understand that. Selected bid will come back to the board for approval. The estimated total of the projects is $423,850. and has been identified within the 2018 capital improvement plan.
Can I just add that what she's showing here is on page 180 in your booklet, and it kind of gives the descriptions of what each one of those items support throughout our organization and the cities.
The current IT issue are complex, and the significant improvement of the county technology backbone is really, truly needed, desperately. The effort require the maintain and progress to more reliable and efficient and compliant operation will be significant. My presentation is, and the support document provide the cost estimate and the explanation for each urgent component of the Phase 1 action plan. But bear with me and keep in mind technology and software continue to change and evolve. The county will need to be aware of this as we moving forward. And I just want to share too, my team and I are on board. If you let me to, hopefully you can take us to the next level. And we are excited and we are looking for the journey ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Does anybody have any questions? Sunny?
Ming, have we prepared an RFP for these improvements? Have we distributed the RFP to get bids back on the projects, or no?
She's coming to us for request for permission to do so.
Anybody else have any questions or comments? Do we need a motion to approve the plan, or?
I believe so, yes.
It's in your budget. Now it's just more of, we're ready to do the RFP.
Okay.
So we need a motion for it? So move.
Okay. Got that, Bonnie?
Support. Just a,
Moved by Commissioner Lathrop and supported by Commissioner Klaus. Is Sunny, and then Tom.
maybe just a friendly amendment. Could we consider just authorizing Ming to distribute the RFP? I don't see any reason to come back here 2 weeks from now or 4 weeks from now and authorize the RFP. I think we need real numbers. We can't get real numbers right now.
I think that's what the so moved meant.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yes.
So you are approving to go ahead and send out the RFP, not just approve the plan?
Yep.
Okay.
Anybody else? Tom, you had something.
No, I'm good.
You're good? Okay, we're all good? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Moving
It'd be
on
interesting to
to,
see if we get real numbers that are reflective of these numbers.
we'll see.
Well, it'll be nice to see IT get improved, won't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, my gosh.
Absolutely.
The team is excited, too. They finally feel like they have the resources.
Okay, so we have, moving on to the appropriation for soil erosion.
On your desk is a fee schedule that really identifies...
Is this the colored one?
Yes, it's the colored one. It replaces page 171 in your packet. And
Really?
Wendy and I have worked and really identified how to comply with the new ordinance and the current ordinance and how we're going to switch over when the new ordinance comes into reality, and also be able to comply with the DEQ requirements. This is a lower fee than what was in your packet and pages 171, and it's higher than our current fees. But what it brings to the contractors in our community is that when you receive a permit, it's a permit that's good for a year. So right now, when you get a permit, you get 3 inspections. This is more, it's 1 year, and we inspect based on the sensitivity of that site. So it's a more proactive approach and a more realistic approach on ensuring that we get out to those sites and are accurate and compliant with the DEQ.
Yeah, so the fees proposed are directly proportional
to the amount of site visits that are required, which is based on sensitivity or priority or the environmental impact risk. There's a $50 application fee, which gets you your initial site visit from an inspector, and then they will determine which of the priority categories you fall into. And actually, for some of the fees in the majority, which about 70% of the residential fall into the yellow category, which is low priority, the fee overall will likely end up being less at the end of the year, because the current way that it's done, you're charged up front for 3, and then additional inspections are required per the DEQ and our ordinance, and so it actually equates to more money than what an all-inclusive fee that we're proposing will be.
Okay. Tom?
So currently, the slope that would require someone to contact you would be 10%, and you want to change it to 20?
Per the ordinance,
Yeah.
correct,
So currently, it's 10.
correct.
Yeah. So why would we want to change it to 20?
Why do we want it? Because it would be compliant with the ordinance.
Okay.
We already approved an ordinance.
We already approved the
Ordinance to
ordinance?
change it.
Yeah.
Now we're changing the fee schedule to match the ordinance.
We haven't
correct?
approved the ordinance yet, we approved the process, so it'll be coming back for a public hearing.
Right. So I would say that I would disagree with the 20%, especially since we haven't done anything permanent to change it, or semi-permanent, and that it should be 10% as it is. Actually, that will create more contact with the public, because there'll be more permits, and it'll be better for the environment.
Agreed, the permit schedule should reflect what we are currently at, so it should read the 10% and not the 20%. It would change when the actual ordinance goes into effect.
Right. So I just
You are right.
I want everybody to know it's 10%.
Yeah.
Yes,
It is.
you are
It's
right.
not 20%. Yeah.
The projected revenue numbers that
Yeah.
you see on the chart actually reflect the assumption that we're moving to that 20% slope, because that has been the proposed ordinance that was vetted by the soil erosion sediment control kind of work group several years ago. So that is reflected in there. It's like a 37% decrease, I believe,
Overall, yes.
overall number
Well,
of
in this
permits.
case, a lower slope is a higher requirement,
Right.
and that's better for us, for where we live.
Yeah, the ordinance that is proposed to be adopted is still more strict than what the state requirements are. So it's I think, a good compromise.
Yeah, I think it's better to exceed the state requirements, better to exceed the minimum on lots of things, actually.
I agree.
Sunny?
Was the previous fee schedule, I don't remember it being tiered to the high priority, moderate, and less priority.
It wasn't.
It wasn't what?
It wasn't.
You know, and I think the thing that I liked about what I read was the fact that we've come to a point where we acknowledge that just because a property is of such and such a size, it may not have the same soil erosion conditions. You know, if we're dealing with the bluffs over Grand Traverse Bay is one thing. If I'm dealing with the hilly topography behind Doug Gallagher's cattle farm, it's significantly different, you know, but just because we're looking at a large tract of land or whether we've got a big slope, doesn't mean we have a huge environmental risk, which is what the soil erosion is trying to meet us to. And I do appreciate the stepped portion that acknowledges that not every project of a certain size automatically becomes a high priority.
Correct.
Tom?
Yeah, there are some areas in the county where there's a lot of clay, and if we don't have a good slope requirement, the clay could go into the bay, and you'll see a plume. If you were in the sky, you'll see like a dark plume of essentially clay going into the bay. Yeah, and this has been photographed in the past. So.
Not questioning that.
Okay, Dan?
Who put this together?
Dan Thorell, our environmental health director at the health department. Since the last meeting that we had with the board where you talked about the changes to the soil erosion program and the ordinance change, we surveyed quite a few of the different other communities, and
Well,
then
you know, they
looked at
did a
the...
good job. This is great.
Yeah, looked at the DEQ ordinance, and then tried to come up with something that made sense, and also really, truly reflected the amount of work
Yeah.
that goes into the different...
Really makes sense to me. Glad to see it.
So what you're looking for is approval of this?
Yep, these would be the new
Madam
fees.
Chairman, I would move to approve the recommended fee schedule for the Soil Erosion Department of the Grand Traverse County Health Department.
Support.
Moved by Commissioner Wheelock, supported by Commissioner Johnson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, there you go. Thank you very much. Do we want to take a short break before we do the Brownfield? Because we've been here 2 hours. Would that be okay?
Thought we were going to be here 45 minutes tonight.
I cannot work magic like that. So can we
5
take...
minutes?
5 minutes.
Okay,
Please,
good.
5-minute recess until 7:30.
I love this.
adopt the Coast Guard.
You gotta leave.
Because, well, whatever, that's the thing.
Be back. Where are you going?
It's actually a lowering of our standards.
No big deal.
Okay, we ready?
Yes.
Okay, we are back. I will open the public hearing for Envision 8th Brownfield Plan at 7:32. And we will hear from, who's, Jean?
Wearing her other hat.
Welcome, yes.
Good evening. I'm Jean Dorenzi. I'm the Director of Community Development and Codes, and I'm here to present the Brownfield Plan that's contained within your packet called Envision 8th. And Envision 8th is a project that encompasses 4 parcels on 8th Street, being 400, 408, 414, and 416 East 8th Street. With me tonight is the developer, Joseph Zarafa, and their partners, Chris Streeter and Kate Redman, along with Revitalize representatives, Bruce, and consultant Otwell Malby, Matt McClellan. And the Brownfield Plan has both private and public eligible activities. And within your plan, in the resolution, you'll see that the overall Brownfield Plan is a little over $9.9 million. Of that 9.9, $5 million is for public infrastructure, and $4 million is for the private reimbursement. It's important to really look at the public infrastructure components because in 2001, the Brownfield legislation changed to be able to really look at building the public infrastructure within the core community of a county. And the city of Traverse City was identified as that core community to build the public infrastructure and help rebuild and repurpose some of these underutilized properties. So that's why public infrastructure is really important for brownfield projects, because we're bringing more dollars into the community that it would otherwise not be seen. And this brownfield plan particularly has some public amenities that would otherwise not be afforded the city because of this public-private partnership that we are bringing together. And one is the easement provided to the city for the river, the closing of 2 curb cuts. And the closing of 2 curb cuts, some commissioners would say, what's the big deal? But the closing of curb cuts for a city of the size of Traverse City, trying to connect the 8th Street corridor to downtown, closing those curb cuts are very important for the walkability and for retail that we're trying to achieve there. The low-impact stormwater, they can just do stormwater, but we're doing above and beyond. We've asked the developer to go further than what's normal in a development. Green roof and event space for 8th Street. We're trying to get a different culture for 8th Street to identify that differently. To have a green roof and an event space brings a different look and a different feel for 8th Street. And the realization of below-market rent units. And for the Brownfield Authority, that was a big deal for us because this is a project that is going to have rental units instead of condominium units. And they are, in your packet, you'll see where the income is going to be and where we're going to be renting those. And that's important not just to the Brownfield Authority to be able to bring this to us, but the City of Traverse City to really look at rental units for the city itself. And lastly, as I identified, is the public infrastructure for 8th Street, for the City of Traverse City to be able to implement the water and the sewer, as well as the street and the sidewalk and the lighting. That's not just for the City of Traverse City, but that's really for particularly the water and sewer. It's not just for the city, it's for connecting to Garfield Township as well as East Bay. It's a regional approach for this. So I am asking, the Brownfield Authority has approved this unanimously. The City Commission has considered this and has also approved this. And at this time, Mac McClelland, I think I'm going to be turning it over to him to give you just a brief overview of the project itself.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. Mac McClelland with Otwell Malby. Our world headquarters are at 309 East Front. Our only headquarters, as a matter of fact. And as Jean mentioned, I just have a brief 2-hour presentation. Okay. Come on, Richard. Thanks. Just as Jean mentioned, this is a collaborative project. The primary developer is Envision 8th Street with Joe Sarath, who couldn't be here tonight. His son Joseph, who is one of the partners, is here as well. And again, with the project partners of Higher Grounds, Chris Treater, Commonplace, Kate Redman, and with Revitalize on the housing side, Bruce Johnston. I'll just give you a brief overview about their individual components later on. Obviously, this is in the south intersection of 8th and Boardman Avenue, right in the core of the study area for the 8th Street Improvement Project. So it's really a key component to that improvement, that overall improvement project. Jean mentioned it is 4 parcels that are on that boundary and represents a pretty significant redevelopment opportunity. Its current use is pretty underutilized. There's an awful lot of pavement that's located there and a great opportunity to really reutilize and expand this underutilized property right in the heart of Traverse City. There's 2 components to it. For the first phase is a 24,000 square foot, 3-story building, retail and commercial. Retail on the ground floor, commercial on the second floor, and residential above. As we mentioned, it includes Higher Grounds and Commonplace. Folks will talk a little bit more about that. Importantly, the developer is committed to below market rate housing for the project as well, and includes 19 underground parking spaces. So this gives you an idea about what the site plan is, where the existing building basically takes the eastern portion of the property and develops that 24,000 square foot facility. These are massing models, not necessarily what the building will look like, but just to give you an idea about the scope and scale of what the building will look like from various different perspectives. In phase 2, starting in 2020, we'll be demolishing the existing building and building a new 36,000 square foot residential, 3-story building. Again, same residential, commercial, and residential, retail, commercial, and residential, and include 28 underground parking spaces. So we'll essentially fill that site with development opportunities and build out that density within that location. Just kind of scroll through the public benefits. Really, one of the things that the project tried to do is to match that 8th Street community vision from the Envision 8th Street process, really looking at the kinds of factors that were necessary that came out of that public process, including that 0 lot line. It's really developing 90% of the frontage along there. The only 10% is the driveway and access. There, it really creates a high-density development for that area, and an area of low-density development right now. Reduces those curb cuts from 3 to 1. Jean mentioned that, but really what it also does is improve traffic flows. For each curb cut, everybody has to slow down and take a right. The fewer of those curb cuts there are, the better the traffic flows along that area. And it included a whole number of low-impact green space, energy-efficient design, and stormwater management as well within that. Importantly, the developers are providing a 2-foot easement along the front of the property to allow for those improvements as proposed in the Envision 8th process to provide for all of those amenities within 8th Street. It equates to about 600 square feet of development space that's being provided at no cost to the public. Just on the 8th Street improvement itself, that's a really important east-west connector. We're limited in this community by the bay, by the north end of Boardman Lake and the south end of Boardman Lake. So we really have 3 east-west connectors: Bay Shore, 8th Street, and South Airport Road. So it's not just necessarily a city street here, it really is a regional transportation, I hesitate to say arterial, but it certainly is used by a large segment of the community. $2.8 million from the project are dedicated towards those 8th Street improvements. And I want to highlight, it doesn't come up too much, but about 47.5% of those dollars are going to be state dollars that are coming in. Schools are held harmless. They receive their same foundation grants, but we're receiving half of the funding, almost half of the funding from the state as part of this project. So we're leveraging those dollars from the state. And really the only other way to develop this is city road funds, in essence. As you all know, road funds are limited for opportunities. There isn't really enough capture for any kind of community development block grant. There's not enough jobs in one location that would allow us to go for a community development block grant, any of the economic enhancement grants under MDOT. So it really is an important source for that 8th Street improvement. The developer is committed to providing Boardman River access, an important component of that. There'll be north-south pathways from the property into into the Boardman, canoes and kayaks launched, developed and maintained by the developer, and an easement along the river for any future river walk that's proposed. It includes low-impact stormwater design, as Gene had. It goes over and above what is currently required to really provide a unique and hopefully a model for this. Very important to all of the project partners to be as low impact as possible, and we really hope that it provides kind of a model, a working and living model in a highly visible area for this kind of development. There's green space allocated at the west end of the property, and we're really trying to minimize any of the parking on the site itself. As I mentioned, it does include below market rate housing, residential in phase 1. Those costs are going to be tied to the HUD fair market value, currently about $892, and it really does provide critical workforce housing in the downtown area. There is other housing that's available, but not much within the downtown area. Going to create about 45 jobs. Kate will talk a little bit about this, but a very unique entrepreneurial workspace that can help grow and expand businesses, unique business for opportunities. It's going to significantly increase the property taxes on this property. And one thing that I think that's important is it really sets the stage for the 8th Street development and the opportunities of spin-off redevelopment that could be part of that. This kind of becomes, use the term anchor stores, which is actually a mall term, but it really kind of becomes the anchor for the redevelopment of 8th Street along that area. One of the questions that has come up is underground parking that's happened. There was an amendment which provided for privately financed underground parking as an eligible brownfield activity. Actually, brownfield funds were used to help fund and support, with state dollars again, the Hardy and Old Town decks in the downtown area. It's a public parking arrangement. 8 streets outside of that DDA, there's no public parking that's provided in that area. So there's really no access to public parking for those projects. There's not going to be any on-street parking on 8th Street, so that's not an opportunity as well. And I think as you look along 8th Street and along of these developments, it's really a distributed kind of parking arrangement that has to occur. Along a corridor, it's much more difficult to have a centralized public parking facility than it is for the distributed parking across the area. And it really increases the development value. We took a look at what was going to be based on parking requirements, what would happen in terms of redevelopment of the site, and it severely limits if we meet surface parking requirements. To do that with the underground parking, we're able to dramatically increase the density of the sites in the property as well. Gene and I worked together just putting together some of the numbers in terms of what happens, and there's significant additional tax revenue that's generated by this project as opposed from just the phase 1 and surface parking to phase 2 over time. As I mentioned, we have 3 project partners, Chris Treater for Higher Grounds, Kate Redmond in Commonplace, and Bruce Johnson in Revitalize. And I just want to take a minute, if they can, to talk a little bit about their project components. So, Chris, over there. That one?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Chris Treater from Higher Grounds. Thanks for chatting with us tonight. So one of the things that is fascinating for me in this experience of trying to manifest a vision that's aligned with the values of what I see at Higher Grounds, but also what I see resonates with our consumer base in the community. And then starting to figure out how to pull that off on a location like this. That in a town where we're seeing increasingly the housing going in that is of benefit for a segment of the population, but not the population that is working at a small business like Higher Grounds. And Higher Grounds, as a coffee company, as many small businesses in different sectors, is in a competitive environment nationally. To retain employees or to get employees as we grow that have the experience in the specialty coffee industry, to be able to continue to grow with us, we need to have a vibrant community that has access to the amenities and the housing required for that population. And we are seeing rapidly that is a difficulty for us. So for Higher Grounds, this project is a manifestation of trying to meet the needs that we have as a company to work in this region and compete at a national level, and it's a manifestation of our values as a business to have to work within the corridor that is able to help create redevelopment, or at least strive to create redevelopment that has been outlined in the Envision 8th Street process. As well, and as such, to be able to do something like that on that piece of property, which is very important in the corridor and in the community as a whole. Higher Grounds isn't going to take any parking but one on the premises. No employees, myself, will be parking there. We will be incentivizing our employees to come to work via, they'll be paid money for the route in which they take, be it car sharing or bike. And as well, we're currently looking to have a variety of different things within the building that will be of benefit to our community, to build culture, and to further the people working there and visiting there for the community. So all those things are great, and I can go on, but that's not really, what is going to sell you guys on what's inside of the building. The thing is that I didn't realize that Brownfield, in a certain way, makes money for the city. And so, this is one of the things in our past meetings that we really haven't dwelled on, and I'm still wrapping my head around it, because this isn't the world I come from. But the amount of money the city's going to make when our children are, 30 years from now, is going to be a lot more money from the tax base as a result of this project that we wouldn't be having otherwise. We might be having other types of use for that space, but not the type of space that is multi-use, that is going to be a destination location, bringing in local agriculture and other businesses to incubate and to promote through a central location as the means to build a corridor that has more of that building local economy, all the while making more money for our community over the long haul. And so that's something that's really important to me, and that's why I'm willing, and Higher Grounds is willing, to put a lot of energy, and has been for a year and a half, of finding a way to make this work. So through business and through public-private partnerships with developers in the city and the county, we can be working together to find a way to make that corridor work that meets all of our needs. So hopefully we can do that, and I really appreciate all of you for considering it and having such long meetings, because I like to talk a lot. So if you want to keep going, I can do it.
You're good. Next.
Good evening. I'm Kate Redmond with Commonplace. Thank you, all of you. I've worked for and with local government for a long time, so I'm really appreciative of how hard of a job it is and how many tough decisions and long meetings and different opinions and infighting and outfighting that you guys put up with. So it's not really on topic, but thank you. I am an attorney. I work with small nonprofits and small business. Back in January, I started Commonplace, which we're calling a community innovation hub for small nonprofits, small business, and kind of consultants that work with them. Currently, we're located between Rarebird and Parlor, just down the street on Lake Ave. And the idea is really to build community between the small organizations that operate in this community. We're so fortunate that, we're very independent, we're very entrepreneurial, we have lots of very community-oriented, energetic people doing great things. But it's really hard to run a small organization. Just because you are passionate about one thing or you know how to make one particular widget really well does not mean you know how to do website and marketing and legal and accounting and bookkeeping and strategic planning and all the things that organizations have to do. So the goal with Commonplace is to help connect those organizations so that they can learn from each other and create ways to make it more affordable and easier to be running organizations. I'm excited about being a part of this project because we have the opportunity to expand and have co-working and an office and meeting space and really be kind of a community center and hub for these organizations. And my goal as part of this project, and I know the other partners in this project share the goal, is to really listen to the community and find the right uses for this space that serve community needs. Looking at and hoping to find a way to provide workplace daycare so that people that are on site and working at Common Place will have access to daycare. Obviously, daycare is a huge need in our area. We're also working with Mary Manor with the Great Start Collaborative, who's here. I think she'll talk some during public comment. To look at having a neighborhood and a 5-to-1 neighborhood center here to have parents be able to have a place to bring kids, another need in our community. This is probably not the cheapest building to put a co-working and office and meeting space for nonprofits in. The reason that I'm a part of this project is not because it's the most affordable way to do it. It's because I really appreciate the approach that this project is taking to be very thoughtful about the environmental impact, the community impact, to work together as a group, public-private partnership and really community partnership, and really hopefully do something positive for 8th Street and the corridor that's a good signal for what can keep happening for the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Echoing our previous speaker's comments, appreciate all your time and how long it does take for a county commissioner to do what they have to do. My name is Bruce Johnston. I'm with Revitalize LLC. We were brought to Traverse City with Gene and Marty Colburn to talk about attainable, affordable, below market rate housing possibilities. Was a county employee for 32 years in Ingham County as the Director of Housing and Community Development, and started a business a few years ago and do a lot of work with the MEDC, with MSHDA, and with communities that are looking to help with their affordable housing needs. And when Joe introduced to Joe and talked about his idea, I instantly knew that if he was interested in having us be a part of it, we'd be interested in working with him, because that's all he focused on with me, was that top floor really needed to be a part of the community for below market housing. He discussed with me explicitly that, he has projects all over the state and, making money and all that kind of thing is great. He goes, but this is his town, this is his city. And in looking at the information that he brought forth and that I've looked at from him from the Joint Housing Task Force, from the target market analysis that was done, and what some of the other studies that have been done in the area, just show, and I won't bore you with the details of the numbers, but show the tremendous need for below market rate housing. And whereas this isn't a lot of units, they're impactful because of their nature as far as how close they are and walkability to the downtown, and a part of the process as it is. When you add in the green elements and all of the other things that go with it, it's very, very, very unique below market rate housing. And everybody has a million words for what this is, but what it is a chance for people that want to be a part of the community, that can walk, bike, and be a part of the community and live downtown or very close to it at a rate that they can enjoy. One of the other things I wanted to mention, and is my almost 40 years in this type of a field, is that when these opportunities arise, that it gives people a chance to then continue on and become part of the community through purchasing of homes and condominiums and other ways, and giving other opportunities to people that then are able to move in and become this way. And with the sustainability of this project at a guaranteed 10 years and very much likely beyond that, that's why we're here with Revitalize, is because Joe has asked us to make sure that those rents and those incomes of the people that will be living there will stay that way for that minimum of 10 years, and once again then be reevaluated as has been discussed and moved forward into another 10 years as long as everything works the way it's designed. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll be really fast. Just a quick summary. Again, the brownfield TIF reimbursement is really critical to this project. It has a financial gap. It doesn't meet the gap without the financial TIF reimbursement. Creates an anchor. There's significant public benefit, and will generate over $5 million in principal and interest for the 8th Street improvements, as well as the Boardman River improvements, almost half of which are state funds that we'll be drawing into the project. And our request is to approve the brownfield plan, the resolution before you. Thank you.
Okay. Tom?
Oh, Mac, can you stay up there for a minute? Okay, because I think you probably have the answers, but I just wanted to say that I'm glad that so many people are participating in the process, and I think that the story in the Record Eagle helped to wake people up that something different is going on, because this project is also going to help pay for the reconstruction of 8th Street. And I did a lot of research. I have not found an example of that in the state of Michigan, where a road is being part of a brownfield project. So I'm really open to someone challenging me on that, but I just don't know of any examples. So I thought the public should know, and that's why I did contact the paper. I initiated that. And then I also like you to know that I've already communicated to Mr. Sarafa a couple of times that I like his project. I would approve it, and I just wouldn't approve the version it is at right now, because back in April, around the 24th, he put a brownfield plan forward that about $2.7 million in brownfield subsidy or brownfield monies, whatever you want to call it, and I thought that was good, because I'd seen other projects in town at the 40 percentile, and when it climbed to 8 million and then 9 million, I thought people should be reacting, and I didn't see much of a reaction publicly, so I helped to push that. I think that you're going to have a 25-foot setback. Is that from the water's edge?
Yes.
Okay. It's not the dock line story, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. That's good, because that's exceeding the minimum requirements, and I'm all for that. That's sort of where I'm coming from. I think sometimes all the attachments that go on a project that had the intentions that were obvious back in April, that becomes more and more interesting and draws my attention to wanting to know, why so many attachments to something that started out pretty simple and understandable. So I'd like to know when we all knew back in like 2015 or 2016 that 8th Street needed to be reconstructed, not just resurfaced, and it was set for a 2018 date, how they plan to pay for it, because I don't think this was on the table at that time.
Yeah. I'm not sure I can answer that question, but I do want to make one comment, is that roads are commonly included. I just worked on a project in Marquette for a $350 million hospital for $11.2 million worth of road improvements as part of that hospital. So it's...
Yeah, well, how much road?
How long? Yeah, it was an improvement to the roundabout and went actually east of town for some distance and west of that.
Yeah, because the 8th Street reconstruction project starts at about Railroad and goes to Boardman, I think, and that's a little less than a mile.
Yeah, I think we were speaking in this project of the dollars allocated to that. Maybe Gene can speak to that.
Yeah.
Of a portion. It's not going to pay for all of that, but a portion that's fairly directly benefiting.
Okay, so for everybody, what I'm going for is discussion. That's what this is about.
Appreciate that.
Okay.
I have a question.
Did Gene want to answer the question, or Marty?
Sure.
Thank you.
Martin Colburn, City Manager, Traverse City. In regard to the 8th Street project, it's being rolled out, and actually the first component of it has been completed just a few weeks ago. It's a phased program, a phased project, and so there's a multitude of different types of funding sources that we're working on and pulling together that vary from a multitude. It includes monies from not only street monies, but monies for the water, because we're laying a major water transmission line through there, and we're working with, there's different portions that are broken over into the DDA area, which is further west. The DDA is participating. So there's a multitude of different components and phases. So the portion that was just completed a few weeks ago is Phase 1, the alley that's south of 8th Street from Wellington over to, I think it's Railroad. Get the right street in there. So next year we'll be working on Phase 2 and Phase 3. At least that's the plan. As like any project, you have to identify the funding. But also understand, if we tried to do the entire project all at once, what that would do in terms of trying to stop traffic throughout the entire area. You just mentioned it's roughly a mile. You're right. Try to stop one of the 3 major roads going through the city for over a mile, and it'd be devastating to be able to move traffic. So there's limitations in terms of our capacity as well, in terms of staffing and putting it together, so that's why we're broken it out into different phases, and that's been communicated through the City Commission meetings, and I believe through the newspaper as well. But we're taking it a step at a time. We're done with Phase 1, and we're working into Phase 2 this next year.
Dan and then Cheryl.
Okay, just trying to understand. The low rent apartments at the top, how long will they be available to the public as low rent? Forevermore?
10 years.
10 years, then what happens to them?
Then it's reevaluated, he said.
Pardon?
Then it's reevaluated, he said.
Oh, I see, okay. And I am interested in what Tom just asked. Go ahead.
Come on up to the podium to answer, thank you.
My name is Joe Sarafa, 11123 Bugai Road, Traverse City, and I am the son of the developer, also Joe Sarafa. He apologized he couldn't be here tonight, but I think my dad, he said basically that, you know, he doesn't like to make commitments more than 10 years out because he's not even sure he'll be around in 10 years, and he doesn't, you know, necessarily know what the financial climate will be at that time, what the economic climate will be at that time, and if there's still this demand for workforce or for market, below market rate housing, we would absolutely try and continue that after the 10-year period. So it's our intention to continue that, but he just, at his age, doesn't like to make commitments out further than a decade.
Please don't tell us his age.
I know. I think Cheryl was next.
Tell him I know how I feel. I guess the other thing, Marty, was he asked a question that the city planned to repair. You know, I like 8th Street. I've had a home on 8th Street. I've had an office on 8th Street. I drive 8th Street to get to my office. It sucks, 8th Street. So I'm not against rebuilding 8th Street, but didn't the city have plans to do that before this came along?
We've been working on that for several years in terms of trying to identify, just last year we did a charrette to get input from the public, and we've looked at different types of designs. So we were still trying to finalize, and still are, because it's an ongoing process. So we've done design work, we've got it broken out into phases such as the bridge. There's funding for MDOT from the bridge. So we're still pulling together all the different parts of it, but we've actually initiated and completed phase 1. And as you know, we go into budget cycles. We're going into the next budget cycle, and we'll continue with phase 2.
So if this project didn't happen, would 8th Street still finally get rebuilt?
I think that we'll continue to work towards that. I don't, you know, we don't have all the funding portions in place yet.
Okay.
I will tell you that we don't have all the funding sources in place yet. This is part of it. And, but there's a lot of it that is planned and a lot of it that we've identified, but there's portions of it that have not been.
Okay,
so
thank you very
this is an
much.
important part, yes.
Cheryl.
Well, first of all, I'm going to make a motion,
Oh, go ahead.
the one that's in our packet.
Oh, okay, so Bonnie knows that, so.
To support.
I can't hear you.
I'm making a motion to support this project, what's
Thank
in
you.
our packet, so.
The resolution that's in the
The
packet.
resolution that's in the packet.
As you asked
so
us
that I
to
don't have
do.
to read it all. So
Right.
that's my motion. And if there's support, then I have a
Support.
comment.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Gorfulet, supported by Commissioner Wheelock. Go ahead.
Okay. And so my comment is, I've had the benefit of being on the Brownfield Authority, so I've heard a lot about this over many months. And I was very skeptical. I know you find that hard to imagine. I was very skeptical. I'm happy to say that I'm no longer skeptical. My questions have been answered. I feel very positive about this project. You know, I think that the issue of the funding, bottom line, state's going to pay half the money. I mean, you hardly ever get an opportunity to you know, capitalize on that level of commitment. The statute allows for this, okay? The law says that they can do this. They came with a plan. The plan complies with the statute. It shouldn't be our job to say, we don't like the law stinks. They shouldn't have a law that says that you can use money to do this. Change the law, okay? Right now, we have a law. The law says you can do this. I think we have to support this project. I think there's many good things that will come out of this. I'm excited about it, and I hope you all will support it.
Bob, and then I think Ron has
Yeah,
a comment as well.
I touched base with Chris Forsythe, because I just want to be up front that I serve on another board with Joe, but he has never talked to me or asked or even mentioned this project to me at all on that board, so just want to make sure that everybody's aware that we do serve on another board together, but there's no conflict of interest. You bring up some of the same points I was going to discuss. The fact that I have always had issues, as Gene could probably tell you, with Brownfield and the expansion of Brownfield. And it took me a long time to remove my feelings and emotions about it and say, well, this is what's allowed by law. If I don't like it, I contact my state representatives and see if they can change the law. It's about all I can do. So, you know, I feel like with what's happened to this, when it comes to the Brownfield Development Board, you know, it's not done halfway. It's done very thorough. I watched the videos, you know, a lot of details in there. Then the city approves it, you know, and, you know, I think it goes along with their vision of what they want to see on 8th Street. And I think it's kind of exciting, so I do support this.
And I think Ron and then Sunny.
I think that the public needs to know, and they can look at the packet also, but there is only $142,000 of environmental on this project, and there's $3 million of interest, administration, operation, state brownfield that is in this. So that leaves roughly $7 million of work being done. I have a question for an individual who will accept a 30-year plan for brownfield from the taxpayers and only commit to 10 years of affordable or market rate housing. And I'm not happy with subsidizing his market rate housing when we have an apartment project going up on Garfield and one up on Lafreniere that handles probably the same clientele, but are going to be put at a little disadvantage. And as the county, as we talked tonight, we're struggling with the budget. I think that if my recollection's correct, we're dealing with the revenue that we would have received at the county in 2008. So it's we're 9 years behind. This isn't bringing us ahead, although in 30 more years it will, if everything works out the way that it's laid out. That's all I've got to say for right now. Thank you.
Sunny, and then we'll come back to Tom.
Well, you know, Cheryl's absolutely right. The rules have changed. You know, when we started with brownfield programs, they were all 100% about environmental cleanups. The rules changed. Well, just because we don't necessarily like to drive 55 mile an hour doesn't mean that we don't have to, because when I started driving, I could drive faster than that.
Why are you looking at me?
Because I'm sure I've seen the way you drive. But the point about it is that the rules have changed. This project complies. You know, would I like to see a little more affordable housing component in it? Absolutely. You know, there's affordable housing in the first phase of this. There's not in the second. You know, maybe.
You have to step all the way up to the podium to answer if you want to. Thank you.
I'm sorry, we do plan on 18 units of affordable housing in the second phase of this project.
Maybe I missed that. I apologize if I missed it, but.
You mean below market?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's a big difference between what I deem as affordable and what the numbers qualify as affordable too. But the big thing is, this is the first project along 8th Street that I've seen that actually recognizes that 8th Street is a corridor. It does more than provide a city street component. You know, we've talked about 8th Street for years and years, and you know, Marty mentioned it earlier, But the bottom line is 8th Street is more important to us as a region than we tend to talk about. Every time we talk about redeveloping 8th Street or redesigning 8th Street, we get back down to this idea of two little narrow roads and a bicycle lane down the middle or something like that. I can't imagine wanting to ride a bicycle in the middle of 8th Street, not, even if I didn't have to miss the potholes.
I want to watch you ride a bicycle.
Yeah, well, I talked to some of the guys at Brick Wheels that said that if the guys ride their bikes on the sidewalk and they're ticketed by the city police, they'll pay the ticket because it's safer for them to drive right on the sidewalk than it is to drive in the middle of 8th Street. So, the big thing is, to me, this is a plan that meets the requirements, it meets the law, and it is, like I said, the first thing that I've seen that actually talks about 8th Street as a corridor and having an anchor point on 8th Street. The only concern that I had somewhere along the way, and I'm sure Mac can probably answer the question, I've looked at a lot of maps about this area over the years. The Boardman Avenue extension that has been proposed to come to 8th Street, where does that hit relative to the price? At the property's edge, on the westerly edge of that property?
Actually, Martin, they do that, but the Boardman Avenue extension is on the other side of the river, on the west side of the river.
Okay, so the river actually is in between the two then?
That's right.
Okay, because I was trying to remember where exactly it hit 8th Street, and I couldn't remember.
Tom, did you have another comment?
Yeah, just to Chris Forsyth, I've read the statute for a brownfield, and I know that people think that the street is included in there, but I don't think it's actually stated as such. So it's just an interpretation of something else that's in there, and some other language is being interpreted as saying that it says it's a street or can be a street, because I'm sure it doesn't say that. I've read it more than once. And then there was another question that came up to me earlier today by somebody that lives in Traverse City, and I didn't get a chance to research it, but it connects to other brownfield stories and the court hearings that were in the circuit court about tall building and all that. There may be something in the city charter at some point in this process, I'm not sure if it applies to this project or not, where you have to put something to a vote of the people. It's not about a vote to the people, that it's about height, yeah.
That may be a city requirement.
Right, yeah.
I don't even know if that would apply.
I think it's section 28.
But
does that sound right?
For purposes of tonight, that's something that should not be considered by this.
Okay. But I think it should be said that there is a chance that as this type of addressing what a brownfield is and what it can include, there may be a point where somebody's going to come forward, it's not going to be me, who says that the city charter says that some aspect of this now crosses a line and it creates the trigger for a vote. So it's worth looking at because I don't want to stop somebody's project because they just don't know that. It's already been brought up to me and I don't know the answer. But that part of the city charter came up as an issue when they were talking about setting a rule for tall buildings, about building heights. That's when that came up, and I wish the judges were present because two of our circuit court judges, Rogers, who's retired, and Power, who's still there, they have an opinion on this too, and I don't know if it came out in the last few days or not, but they're very concerned about a brownfield and what it funds and so forth. So you might want to look back if anyone's interested. You can find these articles in the Ticker and the Record Eagle where the judges were asking questions, and I think I follow what their concerns are, their curiosities. I'm concerned if they're bringing something up that I should also be reading it myself.
So, Dan?
This is a tough one for me, you guys, because I own property on Boardman Lake. I remember when I developed it, that area was, I got no help with that. Nobody, I bought and sold, I don't know how many, I'm not a developer like Ron, but I've been involved in a lot of development, and I've never gotten any subsidized government money. And it's hard for me to vote for subsidizing a beautiful piece of property that isn't blighted, it doesn't have any economic entanglements on it, it's not poor over there, and what would be the possibility of some other developer coming and just developing it without using government subsidy? Then I look at the vision of this beautiful property and what it can do for the 8th Street, because I've already told you, I think 8th Street stinks. So do I want to be part of a group that nixes that development? That's a tough one for me. I don't know how to vote exactly.
Is that raising your hand, Bob?
Yeah.
Okay, go.
Maybe I can help you, Dan.
Okay.
You know, we always, we think of, a government subsidy or, when the government helps with the funding, but one of the ways to look at it too is, it's 47.45%. And I know it's not free money, it's taxpayer dollars and everything else, but you are bringing taxpayer dollars back to our area. If we don't use this money, somebody else is by darn gonna grab it and use it and take advantage of it just as we could. To me, that's a huge selling point, is the fact that, let's let our tax dollars work in that regard too.
Do you think it'll make, because basically, I hear all this, I can't even understand some of it, but that property's not going to be, it's going to be taxed at its existing level plus a little bit. So for 30 years, we're not going to get that tax money. It's going to go into this development. Do you think the net effect to our community will make up that difference of God knows how many millions of dollars?
Well, you add into it the fact that people are going to be living here locally more and that kind of stuff. I assume that's all going into the figure of that to bring more value into. We don't know, Ron mentions the other developments that are going up. The advantage or the difference between that though is this one's here, almost downtown. When you talk about the walk, heck, I would love one of those 12 apartments, for that price. But, the whole area is suffering from a lack of apartments and rental, I think at any price range, irregardless of if it's the market, whatever you want to call it.
Below market.
Below market. I know I don't like affordable either. So, I think we need more of that. We voted against Randolph Street. And I really thought they would build it anyway. On this piece of property, I don't think there's going to be anybody, because of the location. It's going to be difficult to build there, I believe, with it right there on the river. So
It's been for sale for a long time.
Okay, I have another question for the board then, as long as we're discussing this. Is there no end to this brownfield stuff? Can you have too much of it? Finally, are none of them going to pay taxes, or what?
Here comes Jean to tell us.
So much money.
It's a county brownfield authority. So when you look at the brownfield program, you have to look at it holistically. And where are the brownfield projects that have ended? So when I looked at the brownfield program right now, the Grand Traverse County, for the projects that have been completed, you are receiving on an annual basis $329,000 in additional revenue from the brownfield program because of the success that we have achieved. So you look at it as where are the brownfield projects, when are they coming off, and which ones are we putting on? So our net benefit is higher than where we are even 2 years ago.
Well, other building places down the corridor on 8th Street, can they apply for brownfield now?
They can apply for brownfield, Dan, but every brownfield, Commissioner Lathrop, I'm sorry.
Dan's fine.
Always, you look at them as what's the public benefit on how we're going to get there. So it's that public-private partnership that we try to, we want to get where the city wants to be. So on this project, and there's a table 1 that identifies this project can go forward, and the proposal was 1 building, surface parking lot, $24,000 the Grand Traverse County would receive on an annual basis. But having the two buildings gives a better benefit. It gives us $37,000 more per year. Instead of 24, it gives us $61,000 per year. So, and the other added benefit is that every dollar that the county brings in, it's $7.50. So it's an added benefit for this community to get added dollars outside of our area.
But do you get my point that I'm exposing my ignorance maybe, but why don't we have everything be brownfield, you know?
Well, you don't want everything brownfield. That's why the county is looking at it as where are the projects and when are they coming off? So a lot of communities have 30, 40 brownfields. We have 21 brownfield projects. And I have a table that shows when they'll be coming off and on the tax rolls. Because it's important to look at when are they coming off so the county can recognize the benefit of being part of that partnership. Because we're investing in that, saying we're going to have a better return on the investment because we're having more density and more public infrastructure around that area.
I feel somewhat sorry for the developers that don't get a brownfield.
Some of the developers that you say there's like the River's Edge project, there's pocket projects around there that are not having brownfield. But their benefit is they're not the risk takers that are first in. So this project is on the corridor that doesn't have the public infrastructure around it. So it's that first project in that has more of the risk that's being taken on that developer. So as the investment's in, the risk is less because you have walking traffic, you have more investment around you.
Did you say there's going to be a rooftop garden in this building? It's going to have a rooftop?
A rooftop event.
Event.
So what does that mean? That people can be up there and...
hang out.
Yeah, I guess that's...
Kind of like Hotel Indigo?
Yes.
Yeah, kind of like that, I guess.
Oh, okay, we'll go with Ron and then Sunny, and then we're going to open it up to the public.
Is the rooftop, that's not for the public, though? That's private?
Yeah, it's for the public.
It is for the public? And that parking is for the public?
Correct.
And how many parking spaces are there?
16 and then 28 or something like that?
46.
Underground.
So a person could have a wedding up there.
Yes.
So the 46 parking places, are the people that are going to be living in those apartments required not to have a vehicle then? I mean...
Are they required not to have a vehicle?
Right, because if they live there, I'm assuming they get a parking space.
They don't necessarily have to have that parking space.
They don't get, because that's public parking.
It is public parking.
Hard to turn that down.
Sunny.
Well, I guess the point that I sometimes think we forget is the fact we always talk about brownfield monies as a subsidy. But we need to remember that this isn't a pot of money that we have that we hand out money to developers. The developer has to develop the project. And then at such point as we start to derive revenue back from the project, we can reimburse for qualifying expenses. It's their money up front. And we don't start paying it back until such point as we start to derive revenue from that project. You know, and I think that's where we really gain on these underutilized projects. You know, when we talk about, you know, a couple that have been very successful for us, the Haggerty project, you know, that was one of the most contaminated sites in all of the state of Michigan at one point, and look what we have there now. You know, we look across the river from our offices here, and we see the Midtown project. That project would have never occurred without the brownfield program. Go out to Copper Ridge. You know, I remember when the road commission was there and the dump was out back and the old antique snowplows were all stuck up there and trees growing up through the middle of them and everything else. But look what we have there now. Would that development ever happen without the use of these tools that we have available to us? You know, we're not walking around offering money to developers to come and build here. We're telling developers, you build the project, and for those portions of the project that qualify, when we start collecting revenue from the project, we will reimburse those qualifying expenses. And I think, you know, that's why I've always supported brownfield projects, because there's this misconception that we're walking around handing out money, but we're not. We're saying these portions of your project that qualify for reimbursement, we will pay back that portion, but not until such time as we start to receive revenue.
You got to also remember that there's people out in Kingsley and that aren't going to necessarily benefit from this, and they're not receiving the county funds that they're paying on.
These are not county funds. These brownfield monies are not general fund monies that Grand Traverse County has. You know, Gene can give you a long history about where the money came from in the first place. It was not Grand Traverse County taxpayers' money in the first place.
But they're not paying taxes for 30 years.
They are definitely paying taxes.
On the old value of the property?
No, on the new value of the property. So they get a tax bill just like any other person on the new value. So if they put $10 million into that project, that tax bill and that assessed value is based on all of that private investment.
So next year, we'll see our tax income raise in Grand Traverse County? How much?
You will get the benefit of what that taxable value is. So the county treasurer will give the county this amount on that base value, and the incremental increase will be captured to reimburse the city and the private developer for those eligible activities.
And the private developer?
The private developer. And remember, Commissioner, those public eligible activities are really important, so that street, it's called public infrastructure, that everyone enjoys.
Well, I'll tell you, I really like the vision, and I think I'm going to vote for this against my better nature.
So it is,
Question for Gene, if I...
okay, one last one, then I have to open it up to public comment, because it is a public hearing.
So Gene, the money that the county would get that would go to the general fund off of that project is still nothing more than what you would get out of that, say, the $25,000 a year, correct?
So if they're paying $25,000 if their tax bill is $25,000,
right,
the county gets that portion. And they'll continue to have that portion for 30 years.
Correct. They won't get the $400,000 that would possibly be the tax bill. They won't get the money out of that for the general fund.
But if you look in your packet on Table 2, on the return for the investment, so what the county will receive at the end is $61,000, $61,336 at the end. So that is what you'll end up with at the end.
That's what the county will get over...
at the end of the project.
Over 30 years. Is that what you mean?
You're currently, are you on Table 2? So currently, the county receives $3,000. And you will get that for 30 years.
Okay.
So at the end of that 30 years, the county will receive $61,000.
Right.
Okay.
But
per year.
Correct, but not like...
Yep.
Just so Dan doesn't have the wrong impression that the county is getting their...
No. No, it's the incremental increase that's being captured.
Okay, so it's a public hearing, so we do have to open it up to public comment at this time, if anybody has. Yes, ma'am. You do have to come up to the podium, tell us who you are, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Mary Manor, 1302 Meyer Drive, Traverse City. And as Kate mentioned, I'm the Great Start Collaborative Coordinator. I'm actually the Great Start Coordinator for Traverse Connect. And we are very interested in investing in projects that assist families in having access to quality childcare, housing that meets their needs, transportation, and jobs. And one of the things that Chris mentioned was that attracting and retaining quality employees in the region is sometimes a challenge. This is a project that will assist with that because they're thinking about the amenities that the workforce needs in order to be effective and show up for work. So I've been consulting with the project principals, Kate, and representatives from Higher Grounds and others about how we can bring some family support systems into this project, because it does give us an opportunity to have something in downtown Traverse City. Some of you may have heard of our project 5 to 1. We've been opening neighborhood centers throughout the 5-county region, which is our service area, and we currently have 9 of these neighborhood centers going, and we would like to bring a 5 to 1 neighborhood center into this facility because it gives us a completely new option to be in downtown Traverse City and to be serving families that work in Traverse City and families who live within walking distance. So it's a great opportunity to build community and to support families and to support especially families with young children. So I support this project, and Traverse Connect does too. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Martin Colburn, City Manager, Traverse City, 400 Boardman. As you saw, and unfortunately he had to leave, City Commissioner Lewis, who serves on the Brownfield Board, wanted to speak, but he had another commitment at 8, and he was actually running late to go to that. So his apologies, but I know that he would have told you that he not only served on the Brownfield and helped vet this, but it went to the City Commission, and again, unanimously was voted on 7-0. So it passed with approval. But I also want to go back to help answer the question, what do we get out of this? And it's not all about the tax money, although that's part of the discussion we're talking about tonight. There's other values that we hold, and I recall, I believe it was my very first meeting, June of 2015, and our county planner did a presentation to the City Commission. Did a great job, and he brought forward to us something that you helped provide, and that was a study of housing throughout the region and the need. And it placed great demands, and we took that very personally in terms of the professional responsibility to keep working on that. And this is part of that end product. It's just a niche, it's just a piece of the broader picture, but we're going to get 30 new housing units out of this. Phenomenal. To serve lives for decades and decades in the future. So that's a tremendous value to the community, to the county, and all of us. There's the business sense, and to bring all these different business people together. The incubator concept that Ms. Redmond was talking about, to unleash opportunities for our younger people to and create new ideas and invest into business that it's our future for this region. I see great value in terms of the commercial side and the investment of the, most of us drink coffee. Well, we thank you for that service. But again, the vision for 8th Street, the vision for the city, the vision for the county, and part of that study that you brought forward a couple of years ago, we're trying to find a niche here for this. It's an exciting project and really leads back to the corridor study that we've done, and now we're trying to invest into our corridors, into the development. But much broader is I see a great value not just to 8th Street and to Traverse City, but to Acme, to Kingsley, and all the rest of the county who all come in and utilize these services and all go out and live their lives, and hopefully we're all making and enriching ourselves as a community a little better. We thank you and ask for your consideration on this particular project. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Donald Coe, 211 Midtown Drive. I'm the other co-president of the Midtown Neighborhood Association. Bill Palladino, I understand, spoke to you at the beginning of this meeting. I just wanted to emphasize why we in Midtown are so much in favor of this project moving forward. That's based entirely upon the success of Midtown. Thank you, Commissioner Wheelock, for recognizing that. That was a contaminated site, but produced no or very little tax income for the city or the county. A developer who took a chance, and developers take a chance, He was able to get support from Brownfield and TIF dollars, and what has that done for those of us who are the residents? 72 residents in that property now, 72 residential units with a mixture of business units and a mixture of HUD-supported, affordable, lower-cost housing. So we are a proven development, but that development would not have been there if there wasn't Brownfield dollars and TIF dollars available to support the developer in taking the risk. What have we done as the residents, those 72 residents? We've invested over $5 million in our individual properties and businesses. $5 million of development dollars of our own dollars that were invested because we had the opportunity to do so at that particular location. And our tax bill, combined tax bill today, property taxes are $500,000 a year. Those are development dollars and results that would not have been there. A 30-year time frame is nothing. Think about 30 years ago what those sites look like and what they look like, what our site looks like today. I recommend your approval of this project.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Eckhoff.
My name is Mark Eckhoff. I'm the current chair of the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. I strongly encourage you to support this. You have to look at this as an investment. You're investing money in this corridor. If you remember, and I think all of you remember, we're downtown on Front Street, where that was 25 years ago. They put in place a TIF. The Downtown Development Authority put in place a TIF. They use those incremental dollars to reinvest in the downtown, to improve the sidewalks, to do different things. And what is downtown today? The mall is dying and downtown is thriving. This is your opportunity to invest in 8th Street. This is a corridor that was identified as an area that needs help. It's a key corridor in Traverse City, and it needs help. And this is an opportunity to do that. And the benefits of TIF investment are well documented. So I would encourage you to continue to use that recipe that has worked so many times. And I will add one thing, that is, as downtown Traverse City goes, so goes the region. Kingsley is getting benefits from what's happening in Traverse City today. There are houses being built in Kingsley. There's property being sold in the downtown to be redeveloped. And if you think that would be happening and Traverse City was going down the tubes, you're mistaken. This entire county benefits from what happens in downtown Traverse City. The neighborhoods that aren't part of downtown, those house values go up like crazy, faster than the average, because of what happens in downtown Traverse City. So this investment is spreading the strength of the downtown, and that viability radiates throughout the rest of the region. So I would encourage you to support this. It makes a big difference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
Thank you, Commissioners. Steve Nance, 609 Webster, and I'm the General Manager at Oriana Community Co-op on 10th Street. We support this project for a number of reasons. It's synergistic development, retail in an area that I believe is destined to grow one way or the other. We do need this kind of development. We do, as a retail employer of 135 folks, we need affordable housing, but we need, and below market rate housing is helpful. We do need to revitalize 8th Street. We have an organization, the North Boardman Lake District, made up of businesses on 8th Street. And one of the things that we are really interested in with this project is the anchor that we need to to drive the infrastructure and the improvement of 8th Street faster than the budgetary process is probably going to allow it. So that, and for a number of other reasons, I ask you to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? Okay, then we'll close the public hearing portion at 7.
Try 8.
8, wow, 8:40. Okay, and we'll bring it back to the board. Sunny?
Just a quick comment. We always talk about, you know, the $25,000 a year in tax revenue that we're going to be stuck with, not the increased tax revenue. That parcel of property has been available for at least 10, 15 years for development, and we've gotten $25,000 a year out of it. In 30 years, we're going to lose $750,000. But in year one, at the end of that 30 years, we're going to derive $434,000. In 2 years after the end of this TIF, or whatever we're going to call it, we will recover more money than we've taken in the 30 years before that, because the development happens.
Anything else? Let's do a roll call for fun.
Johnson?
Yes.
Gore Follett?
Yes.
Klaus?
No.
Wheelock?
Yes.
Mayor?
No.
Lathrop?
Yes.
Passed.
How about me? Do I get to vote?
Oh, Crawford. Well, I had 4 to 2, so.
We didn't need
Yes, yes, anyway. Thank you very much. Appreciate
Sorry,
that.
Carol.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Bonnie's fading fast, so let's move along.
I reviewed that too again.
We'll give it just a second here because I think the room is going to clear out a little bit. I don't want to talk over everybody.
Okay.
Did you turn my TVs off too?
Sure.
Was it something we said?
And stay out.
Oh, forget it. She needs them on. Well, we'll just turn it back on when you're ready.
I'm trying to get thrown out here too, and it ain't working.
Apparently I'm ready. Try a little harder.
Like the point.
Bob, go home.
Okay. Gosh. Straighten up. Everybody ready?
Yeah, we're
Okay.
ready.
We are going to move on to,
Yes, ma'am.
are you getting punchy down there?
No.
I am.
Yeah.
hungry,
All right, moving on. We're going to move on to the items removed from the consent calendar. We have B2, the custodial services contract. I have to recuse myself from this one because I work for an accounting firm that does the books for this particular company, and I frequently work on those. So I don't want to be part of the conversation. So I will turn it over to Ron, okay,
Okay.
to deal with this, and I will be back for B5.
Oh, I love it.
And it looks like Cheryl, take it away.
Thank you, Ron. Okay, so my concern was that we did not take the lowest bid, and by my math, the lowest bid is low by $429,500, which is a pretty significant sum of money. And so I did email Marty and asked for some clarification, and I was advised that the low bid said that they did not currently have boots on the ground, as it were, in order to do the job. And I guess my feeling is that I don't know why you would have boots on the ground to do the job until you had the contract. You know, Dan, if you were going to open a business, a new branch office over in Frankfurt, and you knew you were going to need an office manager and some, you know, nurses and some other people, I would assume you probably wouldn't hire those people until you actually built the business. You wouldn't hire people and have them sitting around waiting for you to build the business. Would that be a fair assumption?
Yes.
So I don't understand why there would be an expectation that people who are bidding for our cleaning contract would necessarily already have people hired. And actually, I asked Marty, it appears that 3 of the 5 who bid all acknowledged that they do not currently have people hired. So it just struck me that it was not the proper measure of whether or not the person was qualified to do the job. And then the other issue was that they hadn't provided recent references. And again, perhaps the references they were looking for references for this type of work, and maybe they hadn't done this type of work recently. For example, I haven't done criminal law in 10 years, but I'm qualified to do criminal law, and if I chose to do criminal law, I believe I could do criminal law. But that doesn't mean I'm not qualified just because I haven't done it in the last 10 years. So I guess I'm just concerned that when we're talking about a $429,500 price differential for someone to come in and clean, empty wastebaskets, sweep the floors, do those kinds of things, those are real dollars. Those are big dollars. And I would like us to pursue the lowest bid, which I think is our policy. And I would like to suggest that if there's concerns, that we would ask our council to have an out clause. I assume there's an out clause in all the contracts that if we're unsatisfied with the product, that we can terminate for failure to perform.
So is that a motion?
That would be my motion, is to accept the low bid, yeah.
I'll support it for discussion. Just want to make sure everybody's aware that savings is over 3 years, but it's still substantial savings. I mean, the only concern I have is they're at 72.36% of what we currently pay, and you'd have to question why is it so low compared to everybody else? Could be because they're from out of the area and they don't have that little extra kick in there. I don't know, but I agree too that it's a large enough amount where I think it deserves some review. Yeah, the fact that you don't have somebody here, that's not an issue. There's a lot of companies that would like to do business somewhere, and if they get the contract, then they'll set up for it. Yeah, so that's not an issue. You could even make your motion subject to there are proper references or whatever. So. I think more due diligence is needed in this, definitely, so.
Okay, so we're just going to table that and let Marty, yes, sir.
Well, I guess the questions are, when Grand Traverse County got out of the custodial business and we got rid of our janitors, I believe a few of them at least, I don't remember how many, actually went to work for Forest Lawn Patrol to fulfill their staff that they needed. I believe that's correct anyway. So the idea that they don't have boots on the ground today doesn't concern me at all. The idea that they have no current business activity, that worries me a little bit. Where are they coming from? I'm not familiar with this company at all. The fact that they didn't see fit to send any letters of reference. I don't care if I was cleaning rooms in Wisconsin, it's Janesville, Wisconsin. If I was putting a bid in, I'd make sure that I had letters of reference from the people that I was working for. I have no problem with the idea of, tabling this to find out, why was this $400,000, I shouldn't say ignored, but why wasn't that taken into consideration, or was it taken into consideration, and we just don't have that information? All we have before us is a spreadsheet that says, this is what the bids are. Maybe Jean's going to enlighten us here.
I was just going to, no, I'm not going to enlighten you. I'm going to only say that Marty Dunham, our facilities director, is here, and he might be able to go through the bid process and what he has found. I think that would be proper.
I can only tell you what I put here, which is exactly the same as you know. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if a person doesn't provide everything that was required in the RFP, that's an issue, right? So red flag, I'm just bringing it to your attention. I did talk with the gentleman. They're from Ann Arbor. He said he's got himself and a couple of other people who are willing to move up here. I'm just putting it out there for you. Porcelain Patrol has trouble every day with staffing, so, you know, they've got 6 weeks to put a crew together.
3 guys called in sick today, I know that feeling.
Well, if I'm not correct, when we bid contracts out, we expect that people will perform the contracts. So I don't like to second guess whether someone's going to perform the contract or not. I mean, if you give them a contract and they don't comply with the contract, then you cancel the contract and you go out and you seek bids again. I mean, we're talking $430,000. You know, you guys are concerned about money. That's some pretty significant money for people. The difference being whether they're going to, you know, the Porcelain Patrol, frankly, I mean, I walk these stairwells half a dozen times a week, and they're never clean, okay? They're never clean. So I don't know, I come in day, I come in night, I come in, you know, all different times. They're not clean. So I'm not thrilled with our current provider, and you would think coming in for a bid, they would have been pristine. I would have expected this facility to absolutely shine if we're going to give them a $1.4 million contract over the next 3 years. This place ought to glow in the dark. I'm just saying, you know, if you want to table it, that's fine, we can table it, but, you know, I think we ought to award the low bid. That was my motion.
Did you get a
Was
second?
supported. I did get a
Yes, Tom.
second, yeah.
I didn't look over the contract completely, but when we have janitorial services, is there a bond involved? Do they have to post a bond?
Yes.
Okay. So do you know if this other group can post a bond?
I don't at this point. That would be
Yeah.
something that would, if they enter into the
Because
contract, obviously it's a requirement.
Maybe that's one of the things about the RFP that, you know, maybe, I don't know how you would say, yes, I am going to post a bond.
According to the
Yeah.
language, they have to read and be able to fulfill everything, so
Yeah.
they checked off and initialed that they could, so I assume that they can.
Yeah, yeah. But they're not doing this type of business right now, so they don't have a bond to be doing this type of business at the moment.
They're doing custodial business in Ann Arbor.
Oh, they are, okay. Yeah, that's important. I didn't know that. Yeah. They don't just live there, they work there and have a custodial business.
They're
Yeah.
doing custodial business in Ann Arbor and
Yeah.
Ypsilanti, as their references say.
Okay, because that makes it sound a little better. Yeah, I was concerned about the bonding because I figured that would be standard. Yeah.
So did they send letters of reference?
At 5:10 tonight.
I'm sorry?
At 5:10 tonight, I got an email. I asked him for those letters 10 days ago. He called me at 5 o'clock. I received them at 10 after 5 in my email.
When did the bids close?
October 25th. It's in my pile over here, but I think that's what it was.
Again, I just think we're leaving so much money on the table. You know, I guess if you'd amend it to just, I don't know if we can just pull the motion and just eventually
Well, if
table
somebody
it.
wants to just make a motion to table, then that's going to supersede
Okay.
motion made by Commissioner
Yeah.
Gorfuil.
I just think it does need some more discussion. I don't know if I'm quite ready yet to just award it without some more due diligence in it.
What would you like to know? So that I can call them and ask.
Or maybe have them come in.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a large difference of dollars that
Right.
that's huge for us. You know, $400,000 over 3 years is huge. So I just think that there's, whatever the process
I
is.
mean, if there's a problem with the references, if there's a problem with that, you know, I would expect Mr. Dunham to advise us of that. But short of that, I mean, what more do we need? They've complied with the bid. They're going to come in, they're going to empty the waste baskets and vacuum the floors. I
The
mean,
point is, they didn't comply with the
Well,
RFP.
I understand
You know,
that.
They, you know, now we're getting closer, we've got the letters of reference, you know, long after the fact. You know, I guess I'm willing to make a motion to table this issue so as that we can have opportunity to review the references that were provided and find out whether or not we feel that that's lower bid would be okay.
I agree.
You know, the fact that we didn't have the references as part of the packet, you know, anytime somebody sends in a bid and they don't include all of the components that are required in the RFP, we don't accept that RFP, or that we don't accept that proposal.
Okay, so form over function, for $429,000, I'm willing to forgive that they didn't get the reference in on time if the references check out.
Exactly, so
Okay,
that's
so
why.
that's what I just said. I said if Mr. Dunham doesn't have a problem
That's why
with-
I would make the motion that we table this issue
Sure.
until we can check the references of the other bidder.
Dan?
Sounds good.
I'm
Give me a second. Should have a
The
second.
other people, I'm not saying we shouldn't do this, I'm just wondering, the other people that bid on this did live up to all our standards, and now we're extending the standards. Do we have any liability toward them?
Well, one of them, Dan, came in at $2,178,000. One came in at $1.9 million. One came in at $1.8 million. I mean, we're talking 2 and 3 times the amount.
I'm not asking that, I'm saying, do we have any legal liability?
Well, I think
We're not
that-
changing the terms.
But I don't, Marty, I
You
think
get my
you need
point,
to
though?
clarify, did they submit references? But were they old references? Did they complied with the
One was
bid?
current, one was 2004, one was business concluded in 2009.
So
So
they
one of the
did
references
submit
was
their
13 years
references.
old. I have my doubts as to whether somebody might even still be there, and if they are, whether they remember very well 13 years ago.
Are those the references that were submitted today, or the references that came with
Those
the
were from
packet?
before, the ones from today are
Okay,
current.
so they did
They
send
did.
references with the packet, but they were deemed to be out of
So I
date.
didn't
You know,
That's correct.
I remember a time, I'm talking like Sonny now, I've been here so long. I remember a time there was some kind of bid about car repair for the sheriffs. And we accepted a bid, passed the bid date, and we got in trouble with the guys that did meet our standards.
Okay, did you hear him just say that they did submit references? He just wanted newer ones.
Okay.
They did comply with it. He
So
just
we're not going to be getting any legal trouble
There you
with
go.
people.
They provided references, we asked for letters of referral. So it's not exactly the same. We got letters from vendors from everybody else but them. They provided references,
So do
two
we
of
need a
which were
motion to
pretty
table?
old.
There was a
Or-
motion by Sonny, and I will second that.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So we
Table.
will
wait.
check the references, and we will discuss this contract at our next meeting. And that will be added to our agenda, please.
Some money for the animals.
Then Sonny, you're up for B5, application for 2% grants.
That's you, Sonny.
Well, nobody's going to be surprised. I will.
We don't know what you're gonna say.
I will not support anything that has to do with the 2% money with Grand Traverse Band, in that I believe that they are absolutely in violation of the compact between the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa Chippewa Indians and Governor John Engler. They have never complied with the requirements of that compact from the very beginning that they started distributing 2% money. And until they comply with the compact, I won't support the process.
We thought your name tag wasn't here, so we thought you weren't going to be here, so we were going to pull it anyway and honor you so we
We
could
were,
say that.
they had you covered.
And I do appreciate that.
Do we have a motion?
I should have moved to support, or did we already move to, we don't have to do anything else with number 2, do we?
No,
Two,
because you
okay.
tabled it. So we need a
So-
motion for number 5.
Yep, so move.
And we have to note that on page 97, it's for 35,000
Right.
rather than 50, and the same thing for on page 98. It's the
Yes. Yep.
Parks and Rec.
I did.
I second it.
And Dan supports.
So moved by Commissioner Gorfulet, seconded by Commissioner Lathrop. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, well, sorry, roll call.
No,
Whatever.
she can write it down.
No? Go.
Gorfulet,
Yes.
Klaus,
Yes.
Wheelock,
No.
Mayor,
Yes.
Lathrop,
Yeah.
Johnson,
Yes.
Crawford.
Yes. Moving on.
So move.
No, wait.
Support.
Hold on. We don't need to go that fast. Let him step up.
Captain Ritter wants to tell us what he's going to
Okay, so we're going to move on to jail security, electronic upgrade, and maintenance
I can make the
contract.
motion, and then he can do his
We just
presentation.
wanted to announce to the public
Okay,
at home what we're going to
okay.
talk about,
Yeah.
jail security. And here comes.
ready to make the motion to vote,
I am.
Well, make a motion, go ahead.
So, we've been working on this project for about 2 years, looking at our security electronics are at end of life. We can't find a service provider to come in and do contract service on it anymore. we were able to find a company to partner with our existing company to rewrite software, and it kind of put us in a sole vendor situation. No one else will touch our equipment because they don't want to take responsibility for the existing hardware with new software. Price tags on these systems start at about $900,000 for our size. Go to the Cadillac, you can get up to 1.5, 1.6 million real quick. We were able to find a solution for about $220,000. You'll see there is an addition that we did ask for in the project, and that is we have 6 isolation cells with no cameras. And we should not have isolation cells without cameras. We also have no exterior cameras in the parking lot. We've added 2 cameras, a pan-tilt zoom on each end of the parking lot that will cover the entrances of the court and entrances of the jail. So that's the add-on you see in that. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Bob?
So this basically is going to get you up to what you consider a
So
minimum
what
level?
this is going to do is our DVRs, a DVR can rewrite so many times and it's used up. All of our DVRs need to be replaced. So this is going to give us a hybrid DVR. So as a camera goes out, we no longer have to run new wire. This will be an IP and analog DVR. We can just put up an IP camera, replace one IP camera at a time. The other thing it does is it rewrites our operating software from the ground up. So it'll be complete new, hopefully, problematic-free software solution that we can start moving forward with.
Tom?
Is Ming helping you from IT?
Yes,
Oh, good.
IT's been involved in this process.
So they're
since day one.
making the decisions really on the
Yep.
equipment and all that?
They've went and
Yeah.
looked at the software that has been written by this company in another facility with us. They evaluated it. They've been in all the technical meetings and they're in support of it.
And how long do you think this upgrade will be good for? A couple of years?
So a complete security electronics product, they say, is 7 to 10 years. What we're doing is we're leaving all hardware in place. We're replacing software. We're going to have hardware that's going over the next 7 years.
How many years?
Well, I anticipate we're going to start losing cameras pretty regularly now. Cameras themselves aren't a big deal. But the other issues we have are door positioning switch and wiring going to those that operate doors. Those are old and
So a
problematic.
new jail would be really helpful.
But I'm saying we have to find
Just to say.
long-term solutions to some of these problems.
Right.
This
Which
is
a new
this
jail
is a
would be a
Band-Aid
long-term solution.
that at least makes the system operational, that we can get in a price tag that's under.
That's what you bought for.
When something breaks, like a camera goes on you and you don't want to fix it, you just have to replace it? How long does it take to be able to get another camera? Do you have the funds for that?
You know, if we're talking about having to replace a camera, yeah, that's something we can absorb in our budget cost. Now, something like a major repair, you know, and that's where we're at right now. Our system, we have to reboot that system because it crashes constantly. We're at that catastrophic failure level with it. And that just becomes real staff expensive. So it's not that we can't operate without it, it's just each level of that we lose becomes more staff intensive.
Do we have a motion?
Yes, I already made it.
Moved by Commissioner Gorfulet and seconded by Commissioner Lathrop. Sonny, quick comment, and we're going to have to vote.
Yeah, I'm not,
Yeah.
I'm concerned, you know, and it's not a new concern because 10 years ago I made the motion to build a new jail. But the bottom line is that we are still depending on the security of our jail based on cameras. You know, I think if my memory is right, we have currently about 96 cameras in the jail.
Right.
We're going to add 8 more. And we're still depending on the cameras and the guy that's sitting in front of a screen going a little bit nuts trying to figure out what's going on and what camera is going to where. You know, I understand that this is something we need to do, but I need to stress that this does not fix our problem. Because this is barely a tourniquet. I'm not even sure it's a Band-Aid that's going to let anything going to heal. But the bottom line is, we have significant problems in our jail. Security is one of them. The camera piece, that's a piece that I can kind of get by. The idea that we don't know when the doors are locked and when they're not locked sometimes, that concerns me a lot. So, you know, I will support this, but I need to stress that this does not, by any sense of security, fix our problem.
Dan?
I don't know how to say this, but I think somewhere this year we should discuss a new jail.
Absolutely.
And put it on and just get the discussion going. I went to jail school with the sheriff, I flunked, he passed. And remember that in Colorado?
You flunked?
No, I flunked, he passed, yeah. But they still gave me a diploma, but I think we should put the jail on this next year or soon discussion.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There you go.
Thank you. Thanks, Todd.
What is our hard stop? Is it 9:30?
It's 10 o'clock.
It's 10.
And?
Don't worry.
For the love of
We got a lot.
Jesus.
Oh, I'm working on it. Is it. Okay, we're moving on to October 2017 claims approval.
So move.
Support.
Moved by Commissioner Gorfulet, supported by Commissioner Klaus. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There. Okay, we have some budget amendments. We have the added pages, or the supplemental page that was on your desk.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Gorfulet, supported by Commissioner Lathrop. Any discussion on the budget amendments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. We have the budget to actual revenue and expenditure report. Do we need a motion to receive it, or we're just asking if there's any questions?
That's for informational.
I think it's just information.
I believe it's just informational.
Yes, it is.
Thank you
There's
for
no
the
resolution.
information.
Okay. We're moving on. Compliance plan to meet standards of Michigan Indigent Defense Commission.
So move.
There's a,
Okay.
for discussion.
Yes. Moved by Commissioner Gorfulet, supported by
Support.
Dr. Johnson. Go. Sorry.
Okay.
It is late.
You have the background information from last meeting, but I wanted to highlight that our grant request has changed significantly. Our grant request is $703,132. And the reason for that grant request is, the increase of it, is because I didn't include what the current costs were. So in there, you have the $441,234. That's what the four standards are. But if you add in the current cost of $415,477, and then subtract out the $153,579, which is the county's cost share, that's how I got the grant. And I have the table up on the PowerPoint, if you'd like me to show it to you so it's clear. But what's really important for the commissioners to know, is the $153,579 is the maximum that you will pay for indigent defense. So you will be less of a cost if the state approves our grant request.
Sure, because right now we're over $550,000 for this calendar year.
You are, yes.
So 153 would be nice.
And you have until the 20th, right? to
We have until
submit it.
Monday, yes. And I highlighted on page 227, really the notes within the plan. We are recommending that we hire a part-time prosecuting attorney to comply with the standards that are going to be required here. And we also have the indigent defense, the confidential setting. So I just wanted to highlight those bullet points that are in the plan. And I also want, because he sat here for so long, Jonathan from the MIDC is here as well, if there's any questions that you have for them.
Cheryl?
I don't have a question, I just have a comment. Great plan. Thank you for putting this together. It's very clear. I'm sure everyone read it, and it looks like a great plan, and now all we need is for the state to actually fund it.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Thanks for having me. I can't speak to that, but we'll see what happens. We're optimistic. The state has funded the increase in our office from initially myself and just one colleague, and we're now up to 15 people. We think that demonstrates a commitment that this is going to work. We've had a very good presentation in the House Budget Committee recently dealing with general appropriations and also dealing with judiciary issues. They were extraordinarily supportive. They had seen an attorney survey that our office published that demonstrated the extent of some of the problems. So we're hopeful the state is going to come through. The next step after the plans are submitted by the 20th is the commission will have 60 days to review and either approve plans or else send them back for more work and resubmission. And then once that process is all done, the commission will request the money from the state. So thank you very much for your focus on the issue. Thank you, Gene, for all the good work putting this together. And I'm here to answer any other questions if there are.
No?
The only thing that I will ask for the commission, if you could approve it as subject to substance and form by the county administrator, because Jonathan and Jana are going to be reviewing this, and I just changed the numbers. We won't change the bottom line of what the county local share will, but I just want to have that little extra time for review, so we might change it just a little bit.
You okay with that? Motion and second?
Yes.
Okay. Got that, Bonnie?
And
Okay.
you can just shoot us what the changes are if there are any.
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
All good.
Thank you.
We are going to move on. Please pass this down. Pass this down. We are going to move on to, we're bringing back commissioner travel expenses. And
Don't take all of them.
yeah, pass it down, please. And I'm going to talk first on this one, because this has been mostly directed at me, quite honestly. On the first page that you have there, I've kind of analyzed the travel expenses that have gone in our account this year. And you can see that we're well within the budget. And even including some of these other extra things that we have done that were posted to our travel account this year. I did speak to Commissioner Lathrop earlier in the fall, and I asked kind of what he was looking for. And he said, correct me if I'm wrong, transparency, basically.
Well, three things.
Okay.
Three things. I won't be over about. I just would like to see us be more budget-minded. I like to see accountability and transparency.
Okay, so as far as the transparency and accountability, I did announce in public meetings that I was going to these conferences. I offered the opportunity up for anybody who wanted to go. When I returned, I furnished reports of what I did while I was gone and what I learned. And I think it's very obvious from those reports that I did go. These were not vacations. These were learning opportunities that I did attend. I wanted the taxpayers and the other commissioners to know the value of the learning opportunities that they paid for me to go to. So as far as transparency and accountability, I don't see how what was done this year was not transparent, or that I was not accountable. Everything that was done, all the traveling that myself and other commissioners did was completely according to the travel policy. A couple weeks ago, I sent an email, and I think you have them on your desk too, to the other county chairs and asked how they determine who gets to go to some of these conferences. We got, I think, 7 responses. For the most part, the chair decides. It's based on what's being offered, the different classes and seminars being offered, which commissioners are interested in those classes based on what other boards they serve on, based on what committees they serve on. And that's what we've done. I've never said anybody couldn't go. If anybody wanted to go, they absolutely could go, and I encouraged people to go. On page 2, I have estimated that if we sent 3 commissioners to each of the 4 conferences available, the $16,000 budget for 2018 should be pretty sufficient to cover if 3 commissioners went to all 4 conferences. The chances of that are probably pretty slim. Everybody has really busy schedules, but the opportunity is there. And I think that it's important that the opportunity be there for us to learn how to do our jobs better if we should desire to go and do those things. Hesitated to do this, but I will. I did analyze the travel expenses for 2017 and earlier years. And I found a couple things that were very interesting. The travel has been steadily declining in the past few years. Commissioners traveled far more prior to when I became a commissioner. And the travel expenses for 2017 are not out of the ordinary at all when compared to prior years. I found some other interesting things. In our travel expenses, as I went through each expense to make sure that everything was according to travel policy, because that concerned me. As I did that, I found some expenses that were in our travel lines that were not travel, that were actually, the county procurement card was used by Mr. Menzel to take commissioners, employees, and other people out to breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And those showed up in some of our expenses for our travel. That concerned me greatly, because according to our purchasing policy, that is absolutely 100% not allowed. I did go further with that and looked at all the procurement cards for the whole year. And you'll see on page 3 that over $1,000 was spent in that manner. And I hesitated bringing this up, but that is way against the purchasing policy. And I have sat here for several weeks and been criticized over and over for traveling, for trying to learn, but everything I did was within the budget, everything that I did was within the policy, and yet this was going on. And so I guess I just wanted everybody to know that there, while someone's over here saying, oh, she's traveling too much, I do have to defend myself here. And while that's going on, there's other things going on that we should be concerned about. This was completely against policy. In fact, when I started, right before Vicki started, I asked our finance director and our deputy administrator if I could take her out to lunch and use my procurement card. And I was told absolutely 100% that was not allowed and completely improper. And I guess I just want that to be known, that that was going on, that was being allowed, and yet I'm going to get criticized for traveling, for trying to learn.
Can I clarify something?
Absolutely.
Is this list that you've just given us, this 1,037.57, was that charged against the board travel
No.
policy?
Some were charged against the board, where it is board members, and a few other people, for some reason, there were a few that showed up in our travel expenses. Half, for instance, when Mr. Menzel went to dinner with Commissioner Lathrop, half went to our travel budget and half went, I don't know where the other half actually got posted to. I'm assuming some sort of administrator travel is where
Well,
that went.
and I just want to clarify, because my name shows up here, and I went to lunch with the judges, because we were meeting with the judges about their policy regarding defined benefit and, you know, how they were going to move forward with their budgets. And Mr. Menzel was with us, and I remember distinctly, you know, pulling our wallets out and him saying, no, he had it. Well, I had no idea that when he had it, he was using a procurement card. I thought he was just picking up the tab.
Right, my name appears as well, and I thought
Had I known, I mean, like I said, I had my wallet out, I was prepared
Exactly.
to buy my own lunch. So it's distressing to me to find out that it was an unauthorized purchase.
Okay.
I'd like to bring a point of order.
Hold on, I'm going to finish what I was going to say.
What about a point of order?
Okay?
Okay, point of order. This discussion is not about Mr. Menzel. This discussion is about travel of commissioners and travel
Correct.
payments, okay?
Correct.
So I don't mind discussing this later, but I think we ought to stick to the subject.
These are things that I discovered in the analysis, so I wanted to bring them
This is
forward.
not talking about travel, though.
They were things that were improperly posted to our travel
The thing on
account.
the agenda is travel.
And these were things that, some of these things were improperly posted to our travel account. And so that is why they're coming up, okay? So, I also put on here that in my analysis of former commissioners' travel, one former commissioner in particular has accused me of using the county checkbook as my personal Club Med card. I think that was a particular comment in one of the media. And it's completely not true. I have done everything by travel policy. Everything was transparent. Nothing was hidden at all. That particular former commissioner spent over $1,000 to attend a trial. She wasn't a witness. She wasn't asked to speak. It was simply because it was interesting, I think. I actually went to learn how to do my job better. And I do think that I mean, I'm sorry to bring it up this way, but I do think that this is an attack on me personally. If it was somebody else that was traveling, it wouldn't, I don't think that it would be a discussion item. Yes, Cheryl?
Okay, well, so to speak to the travel policy, it doesn't sound like we really have a policy. It sounds like what we have is a line item budget, and by practice, we have given authority for utilizing that to the chair. That's not really a policy, that's a practice. So if we need a policy, I guess I would recommend that we come up with a policy, and that would be something that we could then discuss.
That's all I'm asking for is a policy, yeah.
Okay, I mean, if you're saying you think the $16,000 is too much.
I don't know about that so much.
Okay, as a guideline for how do we use it?
Okay, personally, what I like to see is whatever number of dollars we've got, we divide it by 7. All right? Let's say we've got 16,000, we divide it by 7, that gives us each, what, $2,000 or so. We can spend that $2,000 each of us any way we want, as long as the board chair says it's okay, we can throw that in there. Once you spent that, your share, if you have a reason to come back and want to do more, you come back to the board and ask to do more. And we say, okay. What I don't like is a board chair, and I don't mean you, Carol, any board chair, giving themselves permission. Now, right now, we have a situation where a department head, if they want to spend $10,000, they got to come in front of this board.
We don't have that yet.
We're going to, right?
We're hoping to.
Okay. And we have a situation where any one of us, and I'm not just saying Carol, I could, or any one of us could spend $10,000 using the techniques we've used in the past. I'm just asking for, why should any one commissioner be able to spend $6,000, $8,000, $10,000 on their own volition without including permission from this board? So I don't say that what Carol did wasn't worth it. I just don't like the idea that any one commissioner can spend $6,000 and not have to report to us. You know, after the fact's okay, I guess, but I don't like it. So I'd rather see us be fair with it, responsible, frugal. We each get so much money. When we go over that amount, we come back to the board and say, okay, I want to do another trip, and this is why.
Well, can we assign our money to somebody else?
And I think that's the way it should be.
So if I don't want to use my $2,000, I can give it to you.
You can give it to Carol.
Or I can give it to you.
You give it to me.
There you go.
But I want it above board, and I want it discussed as it happens, not after the fact.
Well, I think we need to come up with a policy.
Sunny?
Okay, I guess I can look at this from a lot of different perspectives. You know, I've sat in all of these chairs. I've sat in the chairman's chair, the chairman's chair, I've sat in the vice chairman's chair, I've been around. You know, there was a time when I first became elected that I partaked in a lot more of the educational opportunities than I do today. For a multitude of reasons. One, whether I think I already knew it already, or whether I'm just too busy to make it happen. You know, my lifestyle does not give me a lot of flexibility sometimes, particularly on short notices. You know, I look at this list. If Grand Traverse County was going to, on behalf of this board, was sending a representative to any of these organizations or conferences, it would stand to reason it would be the board chairman, you know, at least in my mind. So the fact that Carol has significantly more travel than I do doesn't concern me. We went through the route a few years ago, and you know, Bonnie will probably remember, and Gene will remember, whereas each commissioner was assigned an X number of dollars, okay? At that time, I had Larry Inman, Herb Limcool, and Wayne Schmidt that traveled 5 times more than I did. They found themselves appointed to committees on behalf of the MAC board, or sitting on the MAC board, so they traveled back and forth to Lansing for those on a regular basis. So by June of each year, they're calling me up, hey, can I have $100 of your travel budget? Well, it didn't bother me because of the fact that I wasn't appointed to a MAC board. I wasn't being asked to attend a meeting every month or twice a month in Lansing, so the travel wasn't coming out of line. You know, the idea that we possibly need a better policy, I can understand that, but I don't believe that the process has been violated here. I don't really believe that something's been wrong with the way we've done it. We budget X number of dollars. Now, if for some reason, you know, and I know that this White House trip, for example, every one of us got that phone call. Every one of us got the email. You had to be in Washington, D.C. in 3 days. Well, I don't know about you folks, but I can't do anything in 3 days. You know, it just doesn't possibly fit my schedule. Carol was able to go. She represented Grand Traverse County. I expect that she represented us very well. She came back. She reported on what went on. I don't see where there's a problem here. I really don't. And, you know, I don't like the finger pointing that you've done it wrong and you've done it wrong, or you know, I didn't go, so you shouldn't have. I guess that's what I'm hearing here tonight is, well, I didn't go, so you shouldn't have been able to go because you've already went to 2 of these.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is
that's what I'm hearing.
I'm saying, no, you're not hearing that, because I never said that. What I'm saying is, I don't think any one commissioner should be able to spend $6,000 or more on their own. I think these are tough financial times.
Well, I think if you go back and historically, you will find that the year that I was board chair, the 2 years I was board chairman, we had 3 commissioners that exceeded my travel budget every month.
I'm asking for accountability, I'm asking for policy.
I've had the accountability. She's told us she was going, and she's come back and reported what she went, and what she learned.
I'm talking about going forward. What do you have against accountability?
I don't have anything against accountability. If you want to change the policy, that's one thing. Draft a policy.
We don't have a policy.
Then draft a policy and we'll talk about it. But to just sit back and say, well, we don't have a policy, so you're doing it wrong, I don't think that's right either. Come with some sort of suggestion, we need to do this, this, and this, and we can have a discussion about it. But I can tell you, it absolutely does not work from past experience when you assign each commissioner $2,000 for travel or whatever the number is. It will not work that way.
Well, it's not working good this way either.
I don't have a problem with the way it's working.
I know you don't, but I do, and I have taxpayers that do.
Okay, so I would be open to the idea, definitely, of having, you know, every time somebody wants to go, to have it come to the board and have the board vote on whether or not they go. I don't like the idea of the $2,000 or a set amount, because then it feels like when you come back and you've already spent that you're begging to go, that you're begging for someone else. And if someone else is sitting on $2,000, and quite honestly, if they don't like the way you voted on something, they're going to say, no, you can't have my money. Seriously, that is the possible way that it could go. It seems punitive to stop commissioners who do want to go and who have the time to go and who have the desire to learn, to stop them from going, not just me, but anybody else, to stop someone from going simply because others don't have an interest in going or others can't.
Who says you're going to get stopped? I just want a policy.
Well, come up with one. Bring us one.
I do. I just said one.
What is it?
I want to have a $2,000 limit.
I don't like that one.
Well, then,
Come up with another one.
Come on, I gotta come up with a new
Come up with
idea.
another one.
We can, if you want, we can.
You know, Carol, when you and I talked, you told me you were gonna come up with policy.
Well, it could even be,
And my policy would be that every single time somebody wants to go, we bring it to the board
bring
and
a
we vote.
formal request to the board.
Bring a formal
just,
request
you know, it
with
could be
an
as simple as
estimate
a
of what
sheet
it's going to
say
cost
here.
and say, can we do this or not? And we all vote on who gets to go. And that's fine. And if I would like to go to NACO in March, then I figure out how much it's going to cost. I bring it to the board in January and say, can I go or not? And you say yes or no.
I'd be happy with that.
Then I will write it up.
with that, too.
I will write it up and bring it December 6th for everybody to say yes.
Good enough.
Hallelujah.
Okay?
All right.
That meets my criteria.
Got it.
Accountability.
Thank you.
All right.
And we've got
Okay.
30 seconds. I would
Moving on to this.
move to
yeah.
rescind the resolution regarding County Officers' Compensation Committee.
Support.
Moved
I'll
by-
second that. Oh, you got
Moved
support.
by
sorry.
Commissioner Gorfulet, supported by
And a
Commissioner
third.
Wheelock. Is
been
there
long.
any discussion?
Yeah, why don't we just go with the simple method of...
Well, we can talk about it at the beginning of the year,
reviewing
but
it and then-
I-
the simple
Right now, we're
reason,
gonna
we didn't get
rescind.
enough people, and the timing didn't work, and so we're not going to do it that way. And so after the first of the year, we will talk about it again.
Roger that.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Ad hocs. We need some ad hoc committees in order to, I got to get through all of this.
Yeah, but everybody's here tonight. Who are you going to throw on it?
Exactly, I don't have anybody missing that I can do
Rock, paper,
this.
scissors.
No, okay, so the Veterans Ad Hoc Committee is already myself, Bob and Dan, and so we will interview for that. My thought was, or Chris Kramer helped me with this, that we could have some separate ad hocs for these. You could do EDC and Beta and the Brownfield, was that Brownfield redevelopment? We could have 3 separate ad hocs that would do the interviews for these particular.
Do you
Is
want
that-
me in the beta one? Or would that be,
Conflict
No,
of interest?
no, it's
Conflict of
not. Actually, we
interest,
usually have someone who's on that board interview for those.
I'll do Beta
So let's
if you
do
want
this.
me to.
Okay, so there's Dan. Who else wants to be on EDC, Brownfield, and Beta? Volunteers or victims?
okay, I'll do beta.
I'm sorry, do you want which?
I'll do
Bob's
Brownfield.
pointing at me.
Okay, so Dan, Ron, and who else wants to do EDC? Because Cheryl's on EDC already, so that's Cheryl.
So what do you got me on? I want to know.
So far, you are doing
You're doing
EDC,
everything.
Brownfield, and Beta interviews with Cheryl and Ron.
Okay,
Okay, so now we need some for airport, Bob, and Cheryl and Tom.
How about that? Wasn't that easy?
Thank you. Now we need somebody for planning and parks. I can do, Tom, you want to do parks? And I'll do parks.
Okay.
And Sunny doesn't have any.
I'll do parks and planning.
Okay. Done. Second public comment. If anybody dares
Not
step up to
many
the
public
podium at
left.
this point.
Ring the
Mary?
bell, wake 'em up.
No? No, I didn't mean to dare you. Oh.
Mary Wadzine, 3263 Proudy Road. And I guess I follow up with your conversation about accountability and transparency and the like. I think that some of the things that Carol brought up about misappropriations or miscategorizing of funds would be something that the county should look into. That there's, and you're worried about a $16,000 budget that wasn't exceeded, and yet there's funds that are slipping into categories that they shouldn't be, and maybe some other funds are being exceeded. So anyways, taxpayer. Otherwise, it's very entertaining. Thank you.
Entertaining, wow.
Thank you. Anybody else? Are you standing up, Sheriff, or just a, no, okay. We have Commissioner Department reports. Nobody, yes.
The only thing I want to bring up, because I brought it up last time, and you suggested bring it up this meeting.
And it's even later this time.
I know it.
Does anybody
I know,
have any
but
questions for Commissioner Klaus?
Regarding Sonny, I watched the video, you said that I repeatedly violated the property disposal policy. And Cheryl and Carol accused me of soliciting bids. You give me a lot of credit for soliciting bids.
Well,
Well, how did it come about that this person that...
He
that
called me.
Doesn't he called you?
He called me.
Okay.
When my name was in the paper for having conflict of interest, he called me.
Okay.
And so you didn't want to bring that to the board at that time, though, and you didn't let anybody know
That I got
that
a
was
phone call.
happening? Well, just that, I mean, we had several conversations about, about the pavilions.
It's not being for sale.
And not being for
Never
sale,
said it wasn't
and...
for s- the-
Sure we did.
Yes.
When John Syke did the report, it didn't
Can't
appear
be.
that it was able to be
Correct.
for sale. But I didn't talk any dollars with the gentleman at all. Never referred to any dollars. And he sent out the purchase agreement, or purchase
The offer.
to the county, and then he sent it to me. And I asked him to send it to me after he sent it out.
So what other conversation did you have with him?
That was it. He toured the pavilions. He told me what kind of shape the pavilions was in his estimation. He said if it was his facility, he'd be appalled at the shape that it's in. It is an older building, but he said if it was his or privately owned, it wouldn't be in that bad of shape for just looking run down and smelling in there. But
And you suggested that he call our county administrator?
I gave him the phone number
For Vicki?
for Vicki and give him the phone number and the contact information for Chris Kramer so he could call that department.
Because my
and not
understanding was
involve me.
Vicki got called before she ever even made it to Michigan. She got a call on her phone, in her car, driving here from Mississippi. So one wonders how
Well,
he got that information.
When I gave him that information, it was on that, I think it was after September 5th or something like that. When, but that's...
I started on September 5th. It was September 1st,
September 1st?
or maybe August 31st. It was started.
Whenever I received the information of Vicki's contact info, I did send it out because she's going to be the administrator. Tom was gone. Tom isn't the administrator.
So what about the rest of us, though? How come you didn't let us know that this was going on?
I guess my
Talking
issue
about
would be that there was no heads up that this was coming, that, I mean, you did know that the offer was coming, and nobody got a heads up
I knew
or
the offer was
anything.
coming after it showed up. After it was sent to Chris
Right,
Kramer.
so, and
So
who
should I
thought
have-
it was spam, so, I mean, it would have
So-
been nice to
so-
say, hey, this offer came through, it's not, it's a legitimate offer, it's not spam, it's not, and that needs to go to the commissioners, because she thought it was
How did this guy get a
spam.
walkthrough of the pavilions?
I don't know.
Anybody can get a walk through the pavilions, can't they?
You can get
I
a
don't
tour
know.
if you want to.
To go through and render this opinion that it's in bad shape and blah, blah,
This is-
blah?
this
I mean,
is- this
that
is a
doesn't
guy
sound like
that-
anybody just walking through the building.
He was through it, not by me.
That doesn't,
Somebody had to have escorted them in there.
Yeah, he's escorted too, I'm sure.
well, that certainly has
But-
been my experience of the pavilions. I'm
and-
surprised that was his experience, because I've always found it to be very well maintained and clean and smells good, and people are being treated well, and
Did-
surprising.
Did you ever contact that lady that I gave you the phone number for?
I gave it to Corey Hansen,
Okay,
and they have already been dealing with her.
okay.
Yeah,
All right.
they have dealt with her before.
All right.
Yes.
And I get phone calls from a lady that is not happy with the way that her mother-in-law is being treated. I did pass that information on to Carol, so she
And I
could
passed
take
it
it
on
from
to the
there.
right people. So, Dan.
I don't think, and Chris can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think that our policy on buying and selling property is a gag order.
No, but there's a procedure to follow.
There's a procedure, but if someone called me and said, I want to pay $50 million for anything, let's take the pavilions out of it, because this is, I should be able to chat with the person and say, what do you mean, blah, blah, blah. I'm not negotiating with them.
No, but
Is-
if
is-
we've
is-
already determined that it's not for sale, I would expect that you would say, our board has determined that piece of
Okay, I
property is
want-
not for
I want to
sale.
talk about that. Let's just say, let's take that, let's just say this building's not for sale.
Mm-hmm.
The board determines it's not for sale. What's the policy for it ever changing and being for sale?
It would have to go through the purchase, the
How would we,
disposal
how would we
policy.
know that we want to talk about it unless we talked about it with someone to start with?
Well, I don't think that
See,
the
that's a gag
disposal
order.
policy, but no, the disposal policy,
I'll
if
tell
you
you
look
what, I want
at,
an
it doesn't
opinion from- I want an
start,
opinion from Chris.
okay, it doesn't
Well,
start
no,
with
I-
somebody making an offer.
Look, you can talk to whoever you want.
That's what I thought.
There's nothing that prohibits you from taking calls, getting calls. But maybe you should look at your property disposal policy. Is this really, should there be more flexibility in place? I mean,
My point is, that policy that we've got now is not a gag order. We can talk to anybody we want.
Sure.
Is that true or not?
Yeah, that is true.
I rest my case.
Well, gosh, Counselor, I think that case is great, except it doesn't have anything to do with the real issue, which is, the issue is that Ron apparently knew that somebody wanted to buy the pavilions or was going to make an offer on the pavilions, and he didn't notify the rest of the board so that we knew that this was coming, so it turned into this whole big brouhaha, like somehow there was an intent to keep this vital information from us. He had the information, all he had to do was send out an email and say, hey, by the way, good news, we just got a $10 million offer on the pavilions. That's what I would have done. I would have wanted to tell you, good news, Dan, somebody wants to buy this.
He's not obligated to do it, though.
No, he isn't, but we're talking transparency. Come on, let's be transparent. Let's be accountable for our lack of transparency.
Because I would have done the same thing that the administration did, quite frankly. If I'd have seen an email like that, I would have said, let's vet this thing before we do anything else. I wouldn't have sent it out to all the commissioners. I would have had it looked at by Chris and everybody else. So, in that regard of what they did to me, I would have done the exact same thing probably.
I've got a $24 million building, and I'm going to genuinely have a conversation about a $10 million offer.
I disagree. I think that any email that comes to us, we should get it.
It didn't come to us.
Yeah. Well, you know what I mean.
Could have gone to commissioners at grandtraverse.org, and it would not have,
It
wasn't sent correctly.
it wasn't sent to us.
Blah, blah, blah.
I think there's some vetting that needs to be allowed in that, too.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
A lot of crap.
It's like Big Brother to me.
Any other
I
announcements
love
or
you, Dan, but I
notices?
disagree.
One quick little thing.
It better be really quick.
I was overjoyed last night at Long Lake Township. They received their audit report, and the auditor sat there and told them that an acceptable rate of funding for their pension liability and their OPEB debt is 60%.
Wow.
She publicly sat there and said, if you're at 60%, you are in good shape. That came from the auditor.
Wow.
So,
Nice.
we keep talking about having to be
We'll get there.
100% funded, but their auditor completed their audit and told them as long as they were at 60%, they were in great shape.
Good, well, let's get to 60%.
Well, we're not at 60%, and we are ways from that.
Yeah, who's
But
the auditor? 'Cause
Or let's get that auditor.
We're looking for an auditor.
It's that whole idea of the projected
Right.
liability.
Vicki's got something. Yes.
I
ma'am.
do. Bob Donick, the Teamsters agent, brought in 2 contracts that they have now approved. So the union ratified and executed our collective bargaining agreement. So I just want to see if we can now have them executed by, or get approval for the chairwoman to sign them.
Do we have to, can we do that at this point, or does it have to come December 6th?
Didn't you have to add it to the agenda?
Yeah, it was never on the agenda.
Okay.
So it has
So
to go on
December
December 6th.
Okay. And it's not going to affect them because it's effective January 1st. I just wanted to be timely. He only dropped it off yesterday.
Oh, so it wasn't really in time. Okay.
Right.
And we had to check to see if we
But
needed
it's good
closed
news.
session. Yes, it's very good news. Thank
All right.
goodness.
Thanks.
So that'll be on the 6th.
Perfect. Thank you.
No closed session. We are adjourned.
Oh, I had a couple more items.